The podcast on Haunted Hill will contain spoilers and swearing.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
Please help us, Michael. Be one of us.
I didn't tell you my name.
Hang up.
I didn't tell them my name.
They're all a part of it. They're all parts of it.
Come. It is time to keep your appointment.
Hello and welcome to podcast on Haunted Hill, episode 161. Yeah,
That's correct.
brilliant. Just making sure. My name's Gav.
My name's Dan.
Welcome back or welcome front, I guess would be if you are here for the first time. We welcome front.
Welcome at the front, and you're welcome at the back.
Is that what you say? Welcome front?
No, I don't think it is. I think you say welcome back or welcome if this is your first time.
You welcome back because they're coming back again, and you're welcoming them
Welcome him.
back. So front, it's just not. The front has never said because if they're coming back, they had to come there for the first time, and unless they had the front of the first, and they didn't because front doesn't exist.
Well, if you are listening for the first time, this is Gab's brain you're currently listening to. Words are spewing out of it like lava from a hot volcano. And that's the sound of it. Welcome. Welcome. Yes, this is the podcast on Haunted Hill. This is our 10th year of podcasting. So what we're trying to do for as many times as we can is do a director special. Director special. We haven't got a jingle for that, but there we go.
No, we should have. I can make jingles really easily, but every time I don't because I forget.
We just forget. But this is a director special, and this time we're going to be talking about M. Night Shyamalan.
Dun, 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 dun.
Shyamalan.
Yeah, but that might deem like we're being taking the piss out of his name, which we're not.
We're not.
Just I couldn't help it from
It fits perfectly.
And I found out that the name Knight come from really him just studying late in the library.
Yeah, and he changed it.
That's not as cool as I thought it would be.
People also couldn't grasp his full name, so he's got an Indian name. Yeah, so he changed it to M. Night Shyamalan, which is fine.
Well, his name is more equivalent to like Michael in India.
All right, so it's quite a common name in India. Well, we'll get into that because, yes, M. Night Shyamalan. So what we're going to be doing is breaking down his back catalogue. Always puts a smile on our face when we say that. We'll be going through his back catalogue, everything he's directed, a couple of things he's produced along the way, because he is a voice in horror, quite a loud voice. He puts bums in seats. People buy tickets for him.
Well, funny enough, though, he started off strong doing like a kind of supernatural thriller with a A-lister. Yeah.
Boom.
Pretty much. Not as his first movie, his third film, actually, but his first actual, like, Here I Am.
Yeah. So we'll be talking about M. Night Shyamalan, everything he's kind of done career-wise, his style, his idols, his background, and we're going to be covering his first and third films because they are both very spooky films and two of our favourites of his, probably.
What was the second?
His second movie was Unbreakable, which is still a fantastic film. But we're going to be looking at The Sixth Sense, the one that kind of got his name on the map, really, starring Bruce Willis. John McClane himself spawned "I see dead people" as one of the biggest quotes, and apparently it broke the box office record because up until The Sixth Sense came out, Jaws held the box office record for the horror film, but then Sixth Sense smashed that. So wow.
Well, he must have had something. I think quite a good writer, really, from reviewing the film, especially The Sixth Sense. Really good writing, actually.
Well, he wrote it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Great character development and stuff like that. So I think must have been in the writing that he went and said that, I'm going to do this movie. But they were really like, yeah, okay, the two can actually make films. and trust him enough to say, "Oh, right, we're going to give you Bruce Willis," because it wasn't like he was friends with Bruce. Because on the set of the film, they'd just done a scene after dinner, seeing Bruce and his wife in the film, and he said, "Yep, I think we got it." And M. Night was like, He went over to him and said, "Yeah," and he knew as he was walking over to him, he's just like looking at him like he was going, because it wasn't that yet. It was a studio thing, so Bruce would have been hired by the studio and the producers rather than like a relationship with the director. Do you know what I mean? So he had his, so he went over and said, "Can you just do? I want another take, but I want you to do this," and whispered something to him, and he just looked at him really cold stare for a long time. And M. Night went, okay, audio roll.
Imagine telling Bruce Willis that wasn't
after
good
Bruce
enough.
has said, "No, we've got that," you know.
No, Bruce, you weren't good enough. Well, we'll also be covering.
But there's more story to it. So,
oh gosh,
he went over at lunchtime. The producer said, "Yeah, Bruce wants to see you in his trailer."
Ooh.
And he had a really long walk down the street to the trailer, and he was walking down to it, and he's just, "Oh, fucking hell." And he's just walking down there for ages going, "This is not going to be good. Oh, God." Knocks on it, and he opened the door, and Bruce was high up with a towel over his head, been having a shower or whatever, and he's really high up, standing above him, and he's really low, looking down up at him. You know, it's his first film. And Bruce said, "What you did earlier, only once I've ever felt that before, and that was with Quentin Tarantino. You've got something." And then he shut the door. He shut the door, and that was it. And then M. Night said he skipped down the road. The only time he's ever skipped.
I would have done. That's amazing. Well, we'll be covering that from '99, and also from 2002, another action icon that he scooped up and put into a alien invasion film.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
Signs.
Yeah.
Also with Joaquin Phoenix,
and Mel
Rory
Gibson.
Culkin. Yes, Mel Gibson. So two action icons from our Christmas episodes we've covered in the past, weirdly, because we've covered Die Hard and Lethal Weapon for some of our Christmas episodes. So
it's interesting. Like I said, I think like what Bruce Willis saw in that one thing then, I thought was really good. I only found that out from the other day. He had an interview, he said about it. M. Night did. I think that he must have shown that to the studio in some way with the script, shown that to the studio, and then just go, "Yeah, okay," be able to feel that in him as well and trust in him.
Well, he liked him enough to come back and make Unbreakable. So
yeah, and Bruce did it as well. Yeah, so I think very impressed with what he's done, and yeah, he is kind of a horror person, but he's kind of stayed mainstream.
He has, but
in a fine way. He makes us. So the fact that some of his films get out there and have made money, that would mean we've got other films come out with Kevin Bacon, like supernatural sort of thriller.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
Funny you should say that, because Stir of Echoes, I think, came out at the same time as.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
The Sixth Sense. What I was going to say was, he is kind of like, and I'm getting ahead of myself, we will discuss him in detail later, but he's kind of like a bit of a guaranteed tickets being sold. He's almost a bit of I would never compare anyone to the god Spielberg, but he is a bit of a horror Spielberg in some ways.
He's high above that. He's not sort of, he's above the layer, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. It's really interesting actually, and I think he's done really well for himself actually.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan. So we'll get into that properly soon. But first of all, Gab, it's our intro. Let's just quickly check in with each other. You've been on holiday. Did you have a nice time? How are you doing? How are you feeling?
I went to a cabin sort of kind of in the woods, so to speak. There was other cabins there, but it was just all trees around us. A big, massive cabin. It was better than my flat. It was fucking luxury. The mattress was so good. So good. Anyway, I went there for a week with the kids down in lower coast of England. Dinosaur museums, Sea Life Centre, that sort of stuff. It was nice, really nice.
Good father-children time.
One day it poured with rain and we sat and watched the Olympics most of the day.
And you watched Old, another
Old played, so we all got round and we all watched Old. So I watched Old with all of my children, even my youngest. He watched it as well.
Great. Well, we'll chat about that when we go through Shyamalan's work list. Good. Well, I'm glad you had a good time and you're well and you're happy. I'm well and happy. I've got nothing really to report. The only thing really, family-wise, is also related to films, which is that my favourite film of all time is now my children's favourite film of all time currently. I'm talking about The Princess Bride, for anyone who doesn't know. It's, for someone who's such a big horror fan, The Princess Bride for me is the perfect film. It's one of my 3 comfort blanket films. And I introduced my children to it. We all had COVID 2 weeks ago. Actually, that is something you probably don't know about me, Gav. We all had COVID 2 weeks ago. Probably should have mentioned that.
You said you guys were ill at one point.
Yeah.
That's probably when you probably then discovered you had COVID.
Yeah, my wife bought a test and she was positive. Well, slightly positive.
How did you feel? How did you feel? I'm comparing you to me because we're fairly similar age and size.
Well, this new strain, and I don't really buy into the strain.
Like shit.
Well, we just felt really anxious and confused because, and that is apparently one of the symptoms of a newer strain, is there's like an element of mental health with it, like a bit of anxiety that comes with it. I think my wife probably had it the worst. Jack definitely had it quite badly, my son. He was really hot and sweaty for 3 days and really not himself, really upset all the time. I think me and Edith got off quite lightly with it. But yeah, so we all had COVID. So while we were all kind of in on the weekend, I introduced them to The Princess Bride, and they fell in love with it straight away, to the point that as soon as it ended, Daddy, play it again. What? Okay. So we watched it again. And we probably watched it about 10 times in a week. Before nursery, after nursery. We haven't probably watched it for a couple of days now, but honestly, even today when I picked them up from nursery, Edith came up to me and said, "As you wish, Daddy, as you wish," which is one of the quotes for anyone who knows the movie. "Drop your sword" is another quote that my son always says to me, and they're just in love with it. And it's so lovely for me, because you know what it's like when you introduce a film to either your children or a loved one that you love and they might not have ever seen, and they just don't like it or don't get it. You know what I mean? Like when I showed The Goonies to Alice and she was like, "Yeah, it's a bit noisy."
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I suppose it is, but I grew up watching this. But that's my takeaway really, is I'm very happy that they like The Princess Bride. Shout out to Kate Pollock, who sent us, when we just had the kids, she sent me a bunch of books, children's books, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Ghostbusters, and The Princess Bride, but they were like baby books, so they incorporate the stories of these films, but like a toddler's sort of viewpoint. Do you know what I mean? So shout out to Kate, because I pulled the Princess Bride book out of the book box, and I've been reading that to them every night as well. So doing all the voices, they absolutely love it. But yeah, so that's one thing I wanted to mention.
It's quite a good segue actually. Because funny enough, Daisy and I were talking Jaws films, because we watched Don't Wake Up, which I'll talk about in a moment actually. And she was just saying nothing beats Jaws. I was like, no. And I do love the fact that all of my kids all adore Jaws. In fact, I took them to the 3D screening of it and everything. They really love Jaws, which I like, because
I'm honoured to have been there actually with you all on their first watch of it. I remember we were on your sofa together.
I remember, yeah,
because your eldest swore under their breath, and then
their head.
And I was like, don't worry about it. It's a swearable moment. I think they only said, "Oh shit," but like enough that I heard it. But yeah. It's like, what else are you going to say when you see a floating head under the water? Come on.
This new film on Amazon Prime, No Way Up, is basically a destruction film and a shark movie. So basically, it's an aeroplane crashes. So it goes into the water. And it's stuck in there, and obviously there's a bit of time. They've got like 20 hours or so until it's completely gone. And one of the people in there's a girl or a young lady whose dad might be the president of America. I don't know. Anyway, he's got a bouncer. She's got a bouncer with him, sort of thing. Anyway, they're stuck. But the sharks as well. So they got to figure out how they can breathe and get up to the top of the water while sharks around. And actually, it wasn't a bad movie. It was well acted. It was well directed. The sharks looked fine. Everything was actually fine for a shark. If you want to watch a shark movie, it's fine. I like airplane setting films and I like shark films, so it worked on 2 levels for myself. No way up.
From what I've seen of it, it's like the Poseidon Adventure, but with sharks.
Yeah, it's fine. It wasn't trying to force itself to do anything it wasn't supposed to do, or be a tacky shark movie. It was fine. Yeah.
Well, talking of children's films, I know you talked about this a couple of episodes ago. I finally got around to watching Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio.
I really enjoyed that.
And I really enjoyed it too. And I was about 45 minutes into it. I was saying to my wife, I think the kids would like this. It's a bit like Julia Donaldson's The Gruffalo and The Snail and the Whale. It's that kind of cozy animation. But then it got to like Pinocchio dying 25 times and being reincarnated, and all the demons and the spirits and the rabbit skeletons.
Dark. Yeah.
I thought, and then they were crying at the end, and me and Alice were crying at the end, and I was like, yeah, this is a bit too dark for the children yet.
If your age kids still, yeah.
It's based more on the novel than what most people would have seen, which is the Disney book. So it's a lot more harrowing, but it's very good. It's got some great voice actors in it: Ewan McGregor, Christoph Waltz, a bunch of other people in it. Really beautifully animated. Obviously, it's stop motion. And it made me think, just on a segue or a tangent, it made me think Guillermo del Toro would be the best director to do a Frankenstein movie, because Pinocchio is a bit like Frankenstein. I've always connected with Frankenstein.
Yeah, he loves creature films.
Yeah, so I think they made a Frankenstein movie.
He must have toyed that idea, but opted not to. Must have.
Oh, can you imagine how good that?
He's created his own monsters though in his films, I guess. So.
Yeah.
Speaking of other films, because I packed away all my movies because I'm moving at some point in about 6 weeks' time, I think, actually. I packed away all my films, which is I feel quite lost without them. Actually, they're up in my parents' loft at the moment, just stacked away there. And anyway, I had to rent out blooming Hot Fuzz, but what I'm saying though, I introduced Elijah to, because he asked me to watch them. Funny enough, he wanted to watch Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz, and
nice.
He's 10. And I looked at it and I said, no, because they're all comedy horror. There's nothing here really traumatic. I'm actually more fussy with what he watches than my parents were. That's for sure. They didn't give a shit. Anything you like, Gav, go for it. RoboCop, Melting Man, go for it.
Rambo,
anything. Whatever you like, Gav, go for it. Okay. So I'm slightly more that, but I looked at this like, no, those films are great. The comedy horror element and the editing style makes it funny when they're hitting the zombie to Don't Stop Me Now by Queen in time. You can see that very clearly that this is definitely not a real thing. Elijah obviously knows zombies aren't real anyway. Do you know what I mean though? But it's so like I think those films could almost be like 12 almost. But
even in Hot Fuzz,
they are a bit gory.
There's a cartoon element to the gore and the you know what I mean?
Yeah.
With the shootout at the end is so ridiculous that in the village square in the Hot Fuzz, when they're even the granny, but it's like a cartoon still, because people are jumping around and it's slightly elevated above reality. It's not quite.
When the steeple falls on the guy's head.
Oh, amazing!
Elijah went, oh.
And
I went, you right? Yeah, I was like, what? And I was like, it's good effects here, and he's like, it's well good. Because we talked about the effects. But that's so gory.
Well, I still get a bit queasy, and we talked about it before recently, actually, when Timothy Dalton gets the spire for his chin. It still makes me feel a bit funny. It's well done, very well done.
But yeah, we did that, so we introduced that. I watched another Death Wish movie. I don't know if, when I watch Death Wish films, I go into some warp zone where I go back to mind has been wiped of Death Wish film. Because every time I go to watch a trailer, and I'm like with Sarah, have we seen that one? She always falls asleep to them anyway. It's me that sits there watching them. And I don't know. I feel like we've seen that one. And then you start watching it, I don't remember any of this film at all. But anyway, I watched Death Wish 3. That was alright. But not as fun as some of the others. I can't remember which others.
Is there 5 of those Death Wish
Yeah.
movies?
Yeah,
Bloody hell.
yeah. I think it's 4 I've seen, or 2 is the other good one. I don't know. I did watch Guy Ritchie's new film. I reckon he's got a deal with Amazon Prime for all these movies that keeps popping up on. I think
The new one is called the
Ministry of
Ungentlemanly.
Ungentlemanly Warfare. Yeah, not bad. Set in World War II with Hitler, sending basically a group of guys who are really like the worst, like gnarly guys who are crazy, of the not respected at all in the military. Getting those guys and then going out, and they go out to do. They're going to go and sabotage the engineering boats, which would be the boats which go out and fix up the Nazis' crafts. So they're going to try and blow those up, basically the engineering boats, so the crafts can't be fixed. And in the end, they're like, "Fuck it, let's just steal the boat," because their plane goes wrong, and they steal this massive boat and have to get loads of different boats to steal it. It's pretty good. I quite enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a Guy Ritchie fan, and I'm going to check that out at some point, definitely.
It's fine. It's nothing amazing. Like The Gentleman still is best of recent, I feel. But yeah, that's quite good. Worth a watch. Worth
Cool.
ganders, geezer.
Have a little gander, is it that? Get a goosey gander around there. The only other movie I wanted to talk about is a horror film. It is a newer one, 2024. And again, shout out to my buddy RJ, our buddy RJ McCready. He's been banging on about this, telling me I need to watch it. So I finally watched Abigail, because RJ went to watch it at the cinema. When it came out, so I rented it because there was a deal where you could rent it for really cheap on Prime. So I did, and I really enjoyed it. It was very much Dusk Till Dawn meets Reservoir Dogs.
I'm a fan of Dan Stevens. That's my like
Me
of
too.
the film.
Yeah, me too. He was
I've not
good
seen
in
the
it.
film, but that's what attracts me to the film.
Sadly, everybody knows that there's a twist.
I don't know there's a twist.
Oh, okay, fine. You don't, and then I won't say anything about it.
No,
you don't know what the film's about, then.
No.
Okay.
There's a young girl at her house, and they go there to get her or something.
Cool. Yeah, so there's a lot of Reservoir Dogs stuff because it's a group of people that don't know each other doing a heist.
Oh, cool.
And that the heist is to kidnap this girl.
Right.
It's great. It's great that you don't know anything more, and I won't spoil it at all then in that case. It's one of the goriest films I've seen in a long time. It didn't like blow my doors off, but it also was very entertaining, and it wears its horror influences on its sleeve once you start seeing the films it's referencing, and not in a in an obvious way, just in a cool, that's a bit like. It's very good. Dan Stevens is very good in it. It's got a very good cast in it. Yeah, I can't really say much more than if you've not seen it in that case, so I will shut up. But Abigail, highly recommended. I'd like it if you could try and watch it soon so we can talk about it. Cause,
Yeah, well, there's going to be many listeners too, also might be in the same situation as myself.
yeah,
in
but
my boat.
There is a spoiler that was sort of shown in the trailer and on the poster, which so everybody kind of knows it. But if you don't, then that's brilliant. That is fantastic. So I'll say no more.
Speaking of very gory, once upon a time there was a really gory movie. This is what I've discovered. A really gory movie was made and it was handed into a film studio and it sat on a shelf for 4 years until the film studio decided to get in the new director, write new things, edit new things and change it to a PG-13, and that is Eli Roth's Borderlands.
Has it been sat for 4 years, has it?
Yeah, so I looked into it because I was just like, I felt so sorry for Eli Roth. Like, he comes from Cabin Fever, goes ahead and makes, I think it's 116 million budget, and then like another 30 million for advertising, which is a lot of money. So he goes and makes a film like, wow. But apparently, because a stuntman came out as well. I know nothing about the game. I've never played it. I know nothing. Sarah was hyped for it because she loved the game, which I hear most people were. But surely, if you're making a film based on the game, then you just, you make it like the game. But apparently Studio Interference, and I do think the castings are a really strange choice, like Jamie Lee Curtis and Kevin Hart. So
Jack Black.
And it's just like casting by numbers, like popularity rating or something at a certain time. It's really weird. He made it though. Some stuntman came forward and said, "Yeah, when we were filming stuff with Eli, it was the most fun I've had. It was just so gory." And he handed it into studios and they didn't like it, so they cut it.
Well, I'm sure there'll be a director's cut at some point, much like Zack Snyder likes to do and release.
I guess I don't know though. But at the moment it's made about 16 million. That's really bad.
It's been out a week.
Opening weekend.
Empire Magazine gave it 2 out of 5. I saw. Because the problem is, there's 2 types of films based on video games. You've got your Last of Us, the series which I raved about. I finally saw. I was very late to the game, but I saw it.
Have you actually played the game?
No,
Oh.
no. Or you've got your Super Mario Brothers or Street Fighter with Jean-Claude Van Damme's. You've got the two. There's 2. They either do very well or they don't. And even the Sonic the Hedgehog movies were great. The new ones that have just come out.
Well, I did see a review where they said Street Fighter is better than Borderlands.
Well, I mean, Street Fighter's a fantastic film.
So I feel bad for Eli. Because,
Wow, imagine reading that as Eli Roth. Street Fighter is better.
Well, I would imagine that he knows from the studios what they were doing, that it was a failed course anyway. So it's probably, he has to, contractually, he would have to have shared it on his Instagram and done the premiere and maybe done some interviews, but then probably gone quiet. It's just Hollywood again. Studios just being like, right, we need to make this, get more money for more people to watch it. It's a game, isn't it? Surely if it's a game, it needs to be for younger people. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's just interference. So it's like, what are you doing?
That's nuts. Yeah, and then you've got like Deadpool Wolverine, which has just hit the 100 billion.
And I thought about this because that's going to have swearing words and all this sort of stuff. Talk about itself being and Marvel and being a bit shit or at the moment, blah blah blah. And they're dropping Borderlands, going, "Oh fuck, we should have kept Eli Roth's one now."
Yep, because it just goes to show that a Marvel film that is only adults can really see, is still going to make 100 billion. That is insane. I think that's the last figure. And
so this studio's going to obviously try to go, right, we're going to try and make more money because the money we make with just for the adults isn't enough. So we need to make money from everybody. So let's open it up. And apparently there's even a bit where apparently it cuts on, even almost on a bit of dialogue, cuts to something else. So what the hell?
Christ. That's nuts. That is very, very nuts.
I could have made, if it's made for like 134 million or something, I could have made 134 films.
You could have done.
I'd be dead. I'd be exhausted.
You'd be like Clint Eastwood, still working away. There's a little skeleton in the corner.
I could, I could have made them. I could have at least. I reckon I could have made at least 15 films, and one of them might have been slightly successful, made more money than they're probably making with Borderlands.
One other movie I did watch. No point in talking about it in detail because everybody knows it, but we had some terrible things going on in the UK recently. There was a terrible knife incident that led to lots of riots. I'm sure lots of you guys would have seen it on the news. And because that day I went in to pick the kids up and they told me that they'd been running a lockdown drill should an intruder come into the nursery.
It's like the ones in America with the guns.
It is,
schools, and we would have guns. It would be gun shootings if it wasn't knife. It's only because we don't have guns.
So that, combined with all the riots which were going on in my city and lots of other stuff, I just wanted to lock myself away. So I put on one of my 3 comfort blanket films, Big Trouble in Little China. I put my blanket over me.
Did you feel like these riots are a lot better with like people coming down with electric spinning forks and shit?
I thought if these guys were flying around, there wouldn't be any riots going on out there. If Kurt Russell was driving around in his truck, there wouldn't be any riots.
I was watching Signs, and I was thinking, if aliens came down like they're doing Signs, and because it's really stupid in Signs, they're like, so they've come down probably to do hand-to-hand combat. Hand-to-hand combat? Meryl,
that's a child reading it from a book, but yeah.
But they don't seem to have a weapon. Meryl managed to take one out of a baseball bat. It's like, how many they get sent down? And surely they're just going to get a load of Americans with guns, just going to take them out. So I just find this really silly. Anyway, in England, if they attack, I know what they could do, because they'd be illegal aliens. We can get all of the rioters on them, and they could go at them. Get over, aliens!
We don't want you in our country. We don't want you on our planet, you bastards.
Take it, you fucking greyos! Greyo!
Take your technology and your cure for AIDS and fuck off back to Mars.
Fuck off with your long proby fingers.
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't stand a chance against the absolute buffoons in the world, really. Not just in our country, but in the world.
I saw a text about it. So, come on, it's right. Attack that place.
Apparently they're from Uranus, Gary. Come on.
Some of the people that went down, hilarious. There's like a 69-year-old got arrested and went down
and
for 30 months.
A 12-year-old boy, a 13-year-old girl. Just get a job. Get a job and read actual news. Don't listen to some idiot on Facebook.
We're not going to get into politics.
And that's as political as Gavin I get.
I could go further. I've been following it lots, but no. Anyway.
Well, let's get into Shyamalan.
Speaking of film games, they are actually in production with Until Dawn, which is a very good game that I've played.
Ooh.
Have you played Until Dawn?
I've not.
Oh, it's fucking well good. You would love it. Rennie Malick's in it, one of the characters.
Yeah.
It's set up in the snow in a cabin, and basically is a killer.
Ooh.
And you're going back and forth with the people. It's really good, really good. And they're making that into a film.
I did see today, one last thing then, before we talk Shyamalan, talking of video games, that John Carpenter is producing and helping, heavily involved with a Halloween video game.
Okay, when
he's got that check again, hasn't he?
That's the thing. When he says he's heavily involved, yeah, he's going to sit there, get stoned with his son, and write a few tinkles on the old piano, and then he's going to just going to cash him checks. He'll probably say like, "Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's right." He's come on, we've been there before.
Pop his name on the front
cover.
I've
bought the Evil Dead before Anchor Bay. Why do I have to keep buying it? Come on.
I'm very excited, Gav, because Halloween Ends is hitting Netflix this week in the UK, and I've not seen it. And I know it's supposed to be absolutely terrible, so I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, it's awful. That's the one with the other kid in there who's basically most of the movie. You're like, who's this kid?
Yeah, I've heard that. I've not seen it, but I've heard.
All of these Halloween movies, right halfway through, you're just going to introduce some new kid who's got mental issues. What? I think he's got mental issues. I can't remember.
Well, Halloween Kills was bad enough. You know, I have my issues with that, so we'll see what I think of Halloween Ends.
Imagine in Halloween Kills, just walking into the bar, going, "Oh, fucking hell, I've had such a shit week. I just need to go and have a drink and a chill out." And you go in there, and there's some guy in there, Tommy or whatever, is a kid, grown up, going, "And what happened was then there was murderers and killers and this guy, the boogeyman," and just turn it, you'd be like, "Oh my God, is this stand up?" No. See, this is what he's doing. Why is he doing it now? He's just doing a little speech. Why? What the hell? I want to have a drink and have a laugh. We could better start cracking up laughing over it. Why is he doing it now? You know?
I know.
There's just such a weird choice of films.
Well, let's talk about Shyamalan. So what we'll do now, guys, is we'll do a little breakdown of his life, his career, and we'll talk through his back catalogue before we get into our first review. So, Manoj Neliatu Shyamalan is his full name. Later changed it to just M. Night Shyamalan. He was born in 1970. He was born in India. But his family immigrated to America when he was just 6 weeks old. Just a little baby. So his parents were both doctors. His dad is a neurologist. His dad is Dr. Dre, and his mother was Dr. Spock.
Yeah, why not?
His father was a neurologist, and his mother was an OBGYN, gynecologist, children doctor. So very established parents, but he went down a different route, didn't he, Gav? He decided to become a filmmaker. He said he always felt like an outsider because it was kind of like, you're going to go into medicine. He's like, I don't know if I really want to do that. Very intelligent family. And he was raised Hindi as well. But when he started growing up, he started falling more into like Catholic and the Catholic grammar school that he went to. He says he always felt like an outsider in that respect as well. So it's interesting that he's felt like an outsider both in his career choice, but also with his religion as well. A weird fact, when he was a student at school, he got the best grade in his religious class, but his teacher was very angry with him because he wasn't Catholic. He said, how can you, M. Night Shyamalan, get the highest grade in the class? Well, it's because he's a very studious person. You know, he obviously studies very well and, again, comes from a very highly educated family. Moving forward, he attended New York Tisch University of School of the Arts in Manhattan. He graduated in 1992, and that's where he changed his name to Knight for the reasons you mentioned. But
not because of like some cool reason.
Midnight Shyamalan. He was a superhero by night.
But no, it's because he stays up late. Oh, I could call you Knight because you stay up late.
Well, it's also because people weren't able to say his full name, so he just figured, I'll just say this. But going back to his childhood, though, he's always been interested in film. He was given a Super 8 camera at a very, very young age, much like Peter Jackson and other filmmakers. And although his parents really wanted him to follow medicine, it was actually his mum that encouraged him to actually start making films in his spare time. And by the time he was 17, he'd made 45 home movies. Which, if you own his films on DVD, you will see he usually puts one on every DVD as an extra. In fact, I think the only film he's never done it with is Lady in the Water, but all of his other movies that have come out so far have one of his home movies on it. And he tries to tie them to the movie. So it's like, if it's an Alien movie he made as a kid, he'll put that one on signs, for example, that kind of thing. So it's a really interesting insight into what he was doing. Edgar Wright, he put his first ever film, which he managed to persuade people to do, the Fistful of Fingers. He put that as an extra on Hot Fuzz DVD. Yeah, that's right. And I've seen some of Peter Jackson's stuff as well, because he used to do a lot of stop motion animation. I've seen a lot of his as well. It's just interesting to see, you know, these little kids who are going to go on to make millions and billions of dollars for studios and themselves. So, yeah, he wrote his first film, which is called Praying with Anger, while he was still a student at NYU. He borrowed money from family and friends to make that. So we'll kind of get into his career now then, I guess, if you're happy with that. Before we do that, should we talk about his style and, you know, what we both think of him, that kind of thing?
Well, he didn't really. It comes across as always being the twist man, which must have been a bit annoying actually, because then it becomes this thing you got to keep up to, which obviously did start going a little bit wrong at one point halfway through his career. But he didn't actually have that twist at the beginning. When he came on to do Sixth Sense, he had the script and it was what it was, but he knew that it needed something more to it. And one night just woke up and was like, that's it. You know, spoiler, sorry guys, going to spoil it. That's it. Bruce is dead. And that made like, you know, that probably would have made, if you're reading the script and then you get to that bit and you didn't call it, you didn't see it, because it's quite nicely done actually, because his writing is very, very good. It's mainly a drama, if anything. Goes into that, but then obviously going forward, he was the twist man, so like, you know, come up with films. So I think that also helped actually sell tickets in the cinema.
But do you know what? Looking at his,
but if you look, there isn't really a twist in Signs, and there probably isn't a twist in a lot of his films.
The only films that have got twists really are The Village and The Visit. Yeah, I would say. Yeah. You know, so there's usually an unexpected turn, perhaps.
I guess. I suppose Old has a kind of.
Yeah, I suppose. But I mean, before we get into his films, then what I would say is, and I'm going to relay, if I can, something again, speaking to our buddy RJ. I mean, RJ said, in his opinion, he's one of the most influential directors / horror directors working at the moment. And we've already said this, if his name's on a film, it gets bums in seats. Even if it's not a very good film in the end, people will initially go and watch it on opening weekend. He's definitely got his own style. He lets the film take its time. The story, if he's written it especially, he'll take his time with it. And I compared, when I was watching The Sixth Sense for this episode, I was thinking this works on the same levels as The Changeling, because it's such a classy, slow, lovely story, great camera work, setting, everything about it just feels very classy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it definitely does go with Changeling. Both films, good actor acting away, and mainly a lot of drama. And I think that's something that people don't say about Shyamalan a lot, but he is a great director in that he gets great performances out of people, especially children. Now, as we all know, children, you don't work with children and animals because children are very hard to direct, but he gets great performances out of the children we've seen in his movies. Well, Haley Joel Osment is amazing in this. His acting
absolutely
is
phenomenal.
Incredible. The performance is incredible because he doesn't really do anything now, does he? I know he does act, but I don't.
Yeah,
you don't go like. He doesn't really do a performance in a film now like that.
He is incredible in this film. I don't know how they got the performance out of him.
I might be wrong. He might be doing incredible acting in films. I don't know.
The same in Signs. The kids in that, Rory Culkin and Abigail Breslin, the two children of Mel Gibson, are fantastic. And I think Joaquin Phoenix is amazing in that as well. I think the kid in Unbreakable is good as well. And again, he's working with Bruce Willis, Mel Gibson, so he's got his little stable of actors already he's built up. Although he didn't really go back to them after these movies.
He does act continuously, though, the kid, who's not the kid now, obviously.
Haley Joel Osment.
Yeah, he's in so much stuff. But he might be doing great performances, but I don't see them. You don't see, people talking about, dude, we seen the kid in this performance, blah, blah, blah.
But he pulls, like, out of Bruce Willis, he pulls that scene in Die Hard where McClane sort of has a little moment to himself and gets very teary. He pulls that out of Willis for the whole movie, and the same with Mel Gibson. God, no one can cry like Mel Gibson. Like, when you see a big, strong action man like Mel Gibson cry in that couple of scenes in Signs, it's like
the first one when he's thinking about his wife. And he's
man. Mel's a good crier, and he pulls that out of them, and he's touched on a lot of genres as well. He's done a kind of a found footage movie, he's done aliens, ghosts, he's done what you thought was a period setting, The Village, and then he has some of his mistakes probably have been when he's tried to make stuff that's quite big with Will Smith and stuff, but we'll get to that in a minute when we whiz up the list of what he's done. So for me, because I know he's very heavily influenced by Spielberg. Spielberg's his idol, and at one point he was helping to write the fourth Indiana Jones film, and then it kind of fell through. So he's very excited to do that. And I actually will go on record as saying I've said it already, he is kind of the Spielberg of horror in some ways, but he's a bit of Spielberg meets Hitchcock, because Hitchcock was very good at throwing you a curveball.
Hitchcock's Master of Suspense, yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like he's a bit of both of them. So going back to what RJ said, he said in his eyes, he also feels like he's a bit John Carpenter as well, because he feels that in 10 or 20 years' time, some of the lesser talked about M. Night Shyamalan films, much like Carpenter's films when they first came out, people might go back and say, you know what, The Happening isn't that bad. Now, I actually don't mind The Happening. It's a bit silly and cheesy, but it's a fun watch, and it grows on me with every watch. I think The Village is one that people really diss him for, but actually, I think that's a pretty good film. And I do kind of agree in some ways with what RJ is saying, in that maybe people will go back if he carries on making these, he might do the odd big budget one which doesn't do as well, and then he'll do a quiet little one, because he's got one at the cinema right now called Trap, which we'll talk about in a moment. If he keeps on powering through and doing enough films, he's going to have a really good, plethora of movies under his career belt, and people might go back and start discovering for the first time, or rediscovering, some of these movies that didn't do so well the first time round.
He said he every film he does, he thinks this is the last film. They're never gonna let me make another movie.
That's interesting.
Which is, a thing a lot of filmmakers actually have. That kid, Haley Osment, it was his 24th movie, Sixth Sense. At that age.
The funny thing about Shyamalan as well is he wrote Stuart Little. He was such a good writer that Hollywood were already hiring him to write movies.
Oh, okay. It's like Stuart Gordon wrote Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. It's random as hell.
It is random, and that is why Shyamalan is so good, in my opinion, because I always think a writer-director is the best, really. And then if you're a writer-director, I mean, just look at Tarantino. But if you're a writer-director-editor, then you've got it all, really. I feel like the studio doesn't get involved and interfere in Shyamalan's movies either. We talked about this earlier, and I don't feel like they get involved. In fact, from what you told me, he's got the balls to go up to Bruce Willis and say, no, we are going to do that again,
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be... he's definitely a film fan, like Spielberg is. He's a film lover. Doesn't seem to come across as a gnarly person. Seems like quite a nice person.
Quite a chilled... Well, he's Indian. He's Indian, so he's got that very chilled... that what you associate with people from India. He's just quite a chilled guy, very calm. Every interview I've seen with him, I can imagine him on set, just very calmly. I think we need to do it in this way.
Yeah, I'd have thought, though, from The Sixth Sense, how much money has Sixth Sense made? That cemented him as, studios probably leaving him alone. Like Spielberg's would be left alone by studios.
Yeah, his movies combined, I think they made something like over 300 billion. Which is just a huge amount of money, really. His films... I mean, Sixth Sense alone made 305 million, and that cost 6 million to make, and it made 305.7 million in cinemas.
Like I said, they must have known from his script, and he must have sold them over that he was the person to come and just make this movie at the right time. Something must have come out, but just before probably, and it was the right time for this sort of supernatural thriller mystery thing to come out. And Bruce obviously would have helped bring those ticket sales in. If it hadn't been Bruce and an unknown person, this would be a great movie, but it'd be almost maybe more indie, I suppose. But I don't know, it's quite a slick movie because Tony
Collette is great really as well.
Good. Yeah.
And it's genuinely got some creepy moments, which we'll get into.
Which doesn't get into for a very long time.
So, he did Praying with Anger, he did Wide Awake. These were both movies he did in 92 and 98, respectively. Whilst he was making Wide Awake, though, he was writing The Sixth Sense. Whilst he was also writing Stuart Little, which is crazy that he wrote a ghost story and Stuart Little at the same time. Yes, The Sixth Sense dropped. Everybody knows this name now. We're looking out for things he's going to do. Well, what does he do next? He does a superhero movie. In 2000, back with Bruce Willis, Unbreakable. A superhero movie, but not. It's like the origin story, which I know you love the origin stories, of a guy who figures out that he's indestructible, and then he figures out he's got an enemy, and that enemy is Samuel motherfucking Jackson. Great movie, in my opinion. I've covered it on at least one other podcast. You a fan of Unbreakable?
I saw it once. It was on video. It was fine.
It obviously went on to become part of a trilogy, which nobody expected, so another twist, but we'll come on to those movies a bit later on. Then 2 years later, he dropped Signs on us, which probably one of his best films, in my opinion. Incredible film. We'll be covering it. Stay tuned, we'll be covering it on this episode. 2004, The Village.
Terrible ending.
See, I like it. I like it. It caught me because I was all the way through. I was thinking these big creatures that live in the forest. These guys live in the middle of, like, I don't know, the 18th century or something, you know. And there's these creatures and they can't venture out of the forest. Again, he's got fantastic pool of actors in it. And then it throws you. I'm sorry, there's going to be spoilers in this episode, guys, but you figure out that they actually just live now and in the present, and they're being kept in this little commune by people who who think the real world is a bit too dangerous, which it kind of is. Do you know what I mean?
I think actually I might go back and watch it again because I know the ending. I can't go, oh really, like I did the first time.
And it's got Joaquin Phoenix in it, who we would go, you know, he's used in Signs as well. After that, he did what most people would say is his worst film, The Lady in the Water.
Oh God!
Which he wrote.
Giamatti, is it?
He wrote that for his children because he told his children a bedtime story, and he ended up making that into a script, which then he made into a film. It was all right. I don't think it's his worst film. We'll come to what I think is his worst film in a minute. So that was in 2006, and then in 2008, Mark Wahlberg. Come on, bro.
I watched it yesterday.
So tell me your thoughts, because Gav's freshly watched The Happening.
Again, I had seen it. I watched it again about a year ago, and coming out of COVID, maybe a year and a half, coming out of COVID, you could kind of chuck that in it. So you could kind of understand the feeling that everyone's having as a worldwide thing going on. I watched it again yesterday. I say watched it, I was kind of walking in and out of the room a little bit. I was just trying to get me some M. Night in before we record. I watched bits of it, and it's a bit silly at times.
Got some good gore scenes in it, good death
alright
scenes.
Gore scenes, and there's some good ideas in it, some like mystery and intrigue, but then it just, don't know, it just wanes out into sort of territory, you know.
I wonder if he wrote it. Yeah, he wrote it as well.
Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, I think that was panned slightly.
So far, everything we've mentioned, he's written as well.
Yeah.
He also wrote and produced in the same. So the next year, he wrote and produced, but didn't direct, Devil, which we're both big fans of. We've covered on this show.
It. I love Devil, and that was his kind of comeback of doing a kind of independent movie, because there's no one in there who's a particular name as such. It's not like a big mate, and I think that was him trying to go, oh shit, I've got to do something else.
Obviously not directed by him, but he wrote it and he produced it, and you can really feel it. Almost feels a bit like a Shyamalan movie. So yeah, I mean, really good movie. I was wondering, what's he going to do next? You know, it's been a while since he's done anything. So the same year as he did that, sadly,
because I'm just going quickly, very much. Signs 6.8, The Village 6.6, Lady in the Water 5.5, The Happening 5, The Last Airbender, which you're about to get onto, 4.8. Yep. It seems to be just going down.
It does. Now, The Last Airbender is based on Avatar, The Last Airbender, not the Avatar movies. I know I'm talking to our listeners who already know this, but Avatar, The Last Airbender was a fantastic animated series, which my buddy Dave, his wife, told me about it and said, you're going to love this. And I watched it, and it was incredible. And it's all about these different tribes. There's like the fire tribe, the water tribe, the earth tribe. Then later on you find out there's a metal tribe, all these different elemental tribes. And it's all kind of set in a parallel universe almost, where ancient sort of Chinese cultures haven't really moved on and they still use magic, and it's really funny as well. So I was excited when I heard he was doing that, and it was absolutely awful, really bad. He wrote it as well.
Budget.
In fact, they've just remade it in a way, because it ends. Because it needed to be like a trilogy, really, because that story's so big, but it never made any more movies. But I believe Netflix have just done an Avatar live-action movie series, but that flopped as well. So I think the key here is leave it as the animated series.
The thing is, though, when you see M. Night, you're like, oh, cool, it's going to be a supernaturally horror-y, twisty type sort of movie. That's what his name puts across. So then Last Airbender, you're like... this for me, I had no interest. I looked at it. I didn't even know what it was. I looked at it and thought, it's something for 13-year-old boys, I guess.
Pretty much, yeah.
I guess. I don't know really what it is or anything. And as M. Night's like, I have no interest in this. And that would have pretty much knocked out the audience, main adult audience, unless the people knew the material came from. It's just not a good choice. Then, what's he going to do? Teams up with Slappity, slap you in the fucking face, get your fucking name. Get my wife's name out your motherfucking mouth. Will Smith's in the house with After Earth with his son.
Now,
I've never seen it.
On paper, M. Night Shyamalan and Will Smith, two of the biggest names you can imagine, the bums on seats, but the bums went into the seats and the bums weren't happy in the seats, because this, in my opinion, is his worst film. Yes, I have.
Cool. Will Smith's Willie.
Well, Will Smith breaks his leg in the opening scene, because basically it's set in the future and they crash into a planet which is basically Earth, but like in the future, and then Will Smith can't leave the spaceship because he's like really hurt, so it has to be Jaden Smith that goes off and does all the adventuring. It's really bad, loads of CGI.
Imagine having to go work with your dad though, being Will Smith. I know you're a big fan, but it's gonna be like, come on son, be like me. And it's like if Tom Cruise had a little son, a little mini Tom Cruise. Come with me son, you're gonna be in a movie.
What was he doing getting involved in the Olympics?
Who?
Tommy Cruise, he's abseiled down off the, I don't know what.
I like Snoop Dogg in it though, so that's alright.
He's been having a great time at the Olympics, hasn't he,
Just
Snoop?
in his horse gear.
He's literally every event he's been there in the crowd.
Apparently, from the last time it was Olympics, he got really into it. Next time it was LA, so he's going to be fucking all over that, isn't he?
He's going to love that shit.
He's going to probably be opening it.
He'll be there with like Dre and everyone there, Warren G, they'll all be there.
Yeah, it'd be funny. It'd be brilliant. I enjoyed watching skateboard. I was watching all sorts. I was watching
breakdancing.
I didn't see it, especially the Australian lady who's got a PhD in breakdancing. She is getting slated.
I know. I feel sorry for her.
I don't, because it don't persuade people that you can represent them just because you got a PhD in something.
I feel like the best performance in the entire Olympics is the guy that, I can't remember which country he's from now, the shooter, where he just walked in with his hand in his pocket.
Yeah.
Kate got a second. He got silver, but he still was like absolutely bossed it. Everyone else was like really trying, and he just went, poof, John Wick, done. So
I didn't actually see the thing, but I saw a picture of him. Speaking of performances then, so what was Will and Jaden's performance like in this film?
Annoying. Yeah, Will was basically talking to a walkie-talkie like, you need to make sure you get the thingamajig to put in the thingamajig to get, and he's like, Dad, there's a giant creature chasing me. And it's just like, why is this a Shyamalan movie? And he wrote that as well.
Yeah. And that's now 4.8. So every one of his films is IMDb ratings, and I trust IMDb rating for the fact it's by people, and generally with the consensus. That's how I actually know to check out and buy movies. Actually, afterwards he did a bit of TV. He did one episode of telly.
Then he did a comeback, which I feel was his big horror comeback.
Well, he said with this, at this point, he ended up, I think, mortgaging his house or something to pay for buying this house himself, and he bought this house or something. And then spent like 10 months or something just in the house writing the script and working it out wherever all the camera angles could be. When he finished making...
So we're talking about The Visit.
The Visit, sorry. Because it's found footage film, but obviously found footage. In 2015, found footage film, obviously, 15 years ago, Blair Witch, so we all know what it is, what it could do. We know the law, etc., etc. I'm in the middle of making one at the moment. Yeah, so like he made The Visit, and like he said that once they'd made it, they were trying to introduce different studios to watch it, and nobody was interested. And he was just like, "Fuck, that's me. I'm done. That's me. Fucked. I'm completely done." And then he, one particular studio said, "Yeah, we'll check it out," and I think it's Universal. And he said, right, we'll watch it, but you have to watch it with a crowd. So he put an audience in there, and obviously people screaming and whatnot here and there. And it's good. I went to the cinema, I watched it. I went to support it, because I was really like, yeah, nice, he's doing found footage. He's coming back. Come on, come back to the horror train. Come on.
Yeah, I probably would say it's in my top 3 or 4 of his movies.
It's in my collection. I've got it on Blu-ray.
And I'd love to cover it someday when we do in fact, I've got it penciled in for a found footage episode in the future. I think it's a really good, classy, big budget found footage film, which shouldn't work. Found footage films shouldn't be huge budgets. I'm not saying it's like billions of dollars, but it still costs a fair amount to make.
Yeah, no, it's that's the thing. Funny enough, I was chatting about this last night because we're going to do a Deadbolt Films going to do another found footage movie in the future, in the near future, in fact. But when I was chatting about it last night, and I was like, "Do we shoot it with the red camera?" And in the discussion, and it was like, yeah, I suppose so. And it's like, okay, but I was like, it completely changes it though. When I've got this Canon DSLR, I can move it around really quickly, but having a big, heavy, proper cinematic camera changes the found footageness of it. And some films obviously shoot with them like that. I think that last Blair Witch one was would have been shot with like super duper cameras. And it's interesting, but yeah, he went back to it, and I really enjoyed the movie. Afterwards, he did a music video, and then he did...
Oh, just very quickly on the visit, sorry, I just want to say, what I loved about it was he brought back the twist, but you weren't expecting it by this point.
Yeah, it was a fine... It wasn't like an incredible twist, but it's a fine twist enough to go, oh, nice, and make you go, oh, it's the twist man.
And I also really loved it. Was funny. The kids were great again. He's brought good performances out of two young good kids. You know,
two from that Christmas movie.
Yeah. They went on to be in You Better Watch Out, which is cool. They're Australian, aren't they? Yeah. So he did a music video. Then he did
Split.
Go on. Split.
Split. Basically, when he wrote Unbreakable, he made a massive universe. He had already had the whole story of Split already mapped out in the universe of Unbreakable, but then just left it. And then just one day I was like, oh, I'm going to go back to it. Probably thinking what should I do, and go, let's go back and try that out. So, yeah.
Now, again, there was a bit of a twist in some ways in Split, because for the whole movie, you're just with James McAvoy, who is absolutely incredible in it. With his multiple personalities, he's got like 13 or more personalities. He should have won something for this movie. He was incredible in it.
Is it classed as horror?
I'm not sure what they class it as.
No, on IMDb, it's classed as horror. That's probably why I wouldn't win anything.
But he was so good in it. And then the end twist, of course, is that you see Bruce Willis on the very last scene, and you realise, oh, he's the Beast, one of the enemies of Bruce Willis's character. And then that went on to make, 3 years later, they made the third and final one, Glass, which is all about Samuel L. Jackson.
Which is funny enough, it Split, and then he didn't do anything for 7, 8, 9, 3 years, and then brought Glass out.
So he must have been writing that, I guess, and
trying to figuring out the next step.
But he's got James McAvoy, Samuel L. Jackson, and Bruce Willis brought together.
I've not seen Glass. Is Bruce Willis, because obviously we know at this point now Bruce Willis is unfortunately having issues. Is he having issues in that?
No, I couldn't tell. He was very good in it. He gets to use his sort of strength and his... If you ever want to see Bruce Willis in a superhero movie, this is as close as you'll get, you know. And then obviously
that must have been one of his last good performances then, if he's...
Yeah, bless him.
But going Visit 6.3, Split 7.3, Glass 6.6, so it's all gone up again, which is good.
Split 7.3, that's good score on IMDb to have, isn't it?
And afterwards, the movie I watched the other night, because I was on holiday, it's brilliant. I tried to find a beach like this, exactly like it, and I couldn't now, unfortunately. Old.
Yes, Old, which didn't do very well in cinemas.
Sarah and I went to cinema, and she was a little disappointed. She watched it again recently, said it's fine. I watched it again recently, and I quite enjoyed it, and I didn't mind it last time either.
Yeah, I've only seen it the once, and that was probably last year, but I really enjoyed it. It wasn't like blow your socks off Sixth Sense, but it was good, and it felt like Shyamalan was doing his thing. There's
a few things now I like. I like the fact when you got the children saying, "Mum, what are you looking at me like that?" And you be as a parent, all of a sudden the time you're going to have with your child when they're younger, that's gone because they're grown up. And there's stuff like that for me. There's a lot more layers like that in it.
Yeah,
I found,
and
I felt sorry for the kids as well.
Yeah, it definitely taps into a different. And again, he wrote it, you know. it's just incredible that he writes and directs all of these films, really.
If
and
anything with Old, I came away from it this time going, like, it gets you to appreciate the time you have.
And it's got some good old-fashioned gory bits in it and some cringy bits like that make you sort of like, oh, God.
Knock at the Cabin, have you seen that? I watched it,
No.
I was bored.
No. Oh, see, I really want to watch it. I've heard...
I maybe have to watch it again. Sarah said she didn't want to watch it because she doesn't like that wrinkly guy's head.
Dave Bautista?
Yeah, she doesn't like the wrinkles on his head. Really puts him off.
So,
but she said she watched it and enjoyed it.
I think the biggest thing I've heard from friends and critics is a really good concept, but it just doesn't really...
Well, I think it's from a book, apparently.
But he wrote it.
Maybe it's the idea is taken from a book, maybe. I don't know.
Or maybe he wrote the screenplay, but it gets 6.1, which isn't too bad on IMDb. And again, it was a good cast. I can't speak much of it because I haven't seen it, but that really felt like, again, you've got a good director when... Oh, Shyamalan's got a new movie out, and it feels like a bit of an event film. Do you know what I mean?
Well, you're just always hoping for like one of those real good movies. It's kind of like Rob Zombie's, but you kind of know every time you're going to be fairly disappointed with a Rob Zombie film.
Never ever compare Rob Zombie to M. Night Shyamalan, please.
But I still think Lords of Salem's a really good film, and House of Thousand Corpses is really good. Tubi has got loads more now on the UK one. Go back at the refresh.
It's great,
people.
isn't it?
Go on in now. They've added shit tons more stuff. I've been filling up my list full of random 70s movies, and they've also
Loads
got
of Italian
Rob Zombie's
shit.
Monsters is on there. I've not seen it yet.
Oh, good lord!
So I'm at some point gonna do it.
I think it's only about 6 episodes.
No. Rob Zombie's Monsters, the movie he made.
Yeah. No, didn't he? Wasn't it a series?
No, he made a film.
Oh no, he did make the film. Shit, you're right. God, I forgot.
You've totally blanked out of your mind.
There was a series.
Of course it was.
No, a modern series.
Oh, I don't know about
That
it.
came out about 10 years ago. I was thinking of
I'm
that,
not gonna watch
but no, you're right. In comparison to other directors, talking about Rob Zombie and comparing, I know you're a bit hot and cold with him at the moment, but for me, the name that does the same that Shyamalan does right now is Jordan Peele. When I hear Jordan Peele or Robert Eggers or M. Night Shyamalan, they're my three sort of from the newer, and they're not that new. They've been going for like 25 years. But
Jordan Peele's done 3 movies. I really like 2 of his films he's done. So that's fine. He's still with me.
I think it was Meatloaf that said 2 out of 3 ain't bad. So Knock at the Cabin, I haven't seen. You have. You found it boring. I'm excited to watch it at some point. I will. It only came out last year. And then he...
Will Meatloaf not do? He'd do anything for love, but he won't do that. What is it? Is it, do you reckon it's bum play?
No, if you listen to the lyrics, it explains it in there.
What? Oh, I'm not going to. Tell me now. What is it?
Well, he says... I'll have to get the lyrics. Hang on a minute.
I thought you could know off the, like...
I don't know the lyrics off the top of my head, but hang on. I'll explain it to you. Anything for love. Can't believe we're doing this on a Shyamalan episode.
Meatloaf, Bat of Hell. Got that from a tape set from a tape club. Because the front cover looked great. I thought, wow, that looks like a horror movie. I'm getting that. And I put it on with the headphones. What the fuck is this? I didn't know what rock opera was.
My dad was
so confused.
Is a massive Meatloaf fan. In fact, I've seen Meatloaf live. So he says, where is it? Where's the bit in the song he says it?
I will do anything for love, but I won't do that. Whoa, no, I won't do that. What, Meatloaf? Is it bottom play? Is it water sports?
Basically, I can't remember what it is. Can't remember the bit, but it explains it basically in the song.
Is it anything to do with gerbils?
Basically, if somewhere in the
tentacles?
lyrics, it does basically say, "I'll do anything for love, but I won't give you up." Is essentially what he's saying. If you listen to the lyrics.
So, okay, all right.
And talking of lyrics to songs, have you ever heard of the Rick Astley paradox?
No.
So obviously we all know that Rick Astley is never going to give you up.
Yeah.
So if Rick Astley's got a copy of Up, the Pixar movie, and you ask him to give it to you, he's never going to give you up. But at the same time, he'll be breaking his next rule, which is never going to let you down. So if Rick Astley owns a copy of Up, you can essentially get him into a paradox where he is never going to give you up, but that means he's letting you down. So which is it? You can never let me down by giving me a copy of Up, or are you going to give me a copy of Up, Rick? Think about it. Think about it, Rick. Back to Shyamalan, though. The last movie, which only dropped really in the last week or two in the UK here in cinemas. And I was surprised because of the content of it. It's to do with a serial killer at a concert. And we've recently had some terrible things happen with concerts in Manchester a couple of years ago. And Taylor Swift had to cancel a couple of tours.
Are you segueing into the trap synopsis?
I am, yes. So,
and RJ has a little thing for us, doesn't he?
Yes, he went to see it, and he said he really enjoyed it.
I wanted to before this. I was going to, but I just didn't have time. And actually, yesterday I could have done, but it was ridiculously hot. And saying that, I should have gone to cinema because it's air conditioned. Oh well.
Well, this brings Josh Hartnett back into horror. We love him. We loved him in 30 Days of Night. You know, originally he was in H20 and
I'm a fan of him.
The Faculty. So RJ says he liked the film. It was good. The first 45 minutes was incredible, but it didn't get any better than the first 45 minutes, but it's still a good film. And he says there may be some twists in there. Now, what I liked about the trailer was there was a twist within the trailer.
Well, it's interesting because obviously the synopsis of the movie is a twist.
Yeah. Which is cool. It's almost like he's saying, fuck you, I know I'm the twist guy. Well, here's your twist up front.
What if he did some AI movie of Chubby Checker doing the twist, and that was it?
Amazing. I'd watch it. So for anyone, I mean, so neither Gav and I have seen it, but
we're assuming it's an AI Chubby Checker on stage doing the twist.
No, but for real, the trailer is Josh Hartnett takes his daughter to a Taylor Swift style.
Yeah, the lady in it is a actual pop sensation, and he actually went to her and said like he thinks she's the only one who could sort of do that. Actually, write an album around the movie. And stuff.
It's his daughter. It's Shyamalan's daughter.
Oh,
that's part of the reason it's getting a bit of flack, because people are like, oh, nepotism, because it's Shyamalan's daughter.
Oh yeah, of course. I'd put my kids in and give them a job.
But apparently she's good in it.
It's take your kid to work day. That's all right.
But essentially from the trailer, it looks like Josh Hartnett takes his daughter to this concert. Turns out everyone's on high security because there's a serial killer called the Butcher. Turns out Josh Hartnett is the Butcher, and he's trapped in the concert, and the concert is a trap for the Butcher. So we're kind of on the serial killer's side, I guess. Can he escape? Will he escape? Should he escape? And he's got people tied up in his basement or something.
I had no idea, but that's cool though. So he made her to be a pop sensation and write an album around it. He says so that's cool though. She was already, I guess, doing music then.
I guess she'll go on and at least have some of a pop career.
Yeah.
And he wrote and directed that. So he's not a director who rests on his laurels. He's got 21 credits just as director on IMDb.
He's got a couple of new things coming up.
He's got Labour of Love and an untitled M. Night Shyamalan project.
Yeah. Right.
But that Shyamalan, now look, before we get into the movies, I love him. Yes, he's had a couple of misses, but he's had mainly hits in my opinion. I get what I want when I go watch his movies, which, whether that's a twist or not, there's an element of, he'd be really good with Twilight Zone episodes. You know what I mean? He does really good, almost feature-length versions of Twilight Zone episodes. Like The Sixth Sense would have been a great 45-minute Twilight Zone, but he turned it into a fantastic film. I love him. He's definitely got a little bit of Spielberg meets a little bit of Stephen King and a bit of Hitchcock in there for me. I'm glad that you like him too. I would say don't bother going to find Last Airbender or the other one, After Earth.
I'm gonna
ignore those.
I am going to check out the Beast in the Forest one again.
The Village.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I've got it on DVD. I like that one.
I picked up earlier, randomly, before we get into a Craig Fairbass, like he's an English kind of, I'm a big old lad, Cockney geezer type, kind of folk horror type movie I picked up on DVD earlier, of like some Celtic folk horror film or something, and he's an investigator, and I was like, all right,
cool.
Yeah,
I like the sound of that.
Anyway,
that's Shyamalan. And we'll probably talk more about him throughout the episode, because now we're going to go into a trailer for Bruce Willis in Die Hard. No, sorry. Bruce Willis in...
let's just do Die Hard.
Bruce Willis in The Sixth Sense.
You know the accident up there?
Yeah.
Someone got hurt.
They did?
A lady. She broke her neck.
Oh my God, but you can see her?
Yes.
Where is she?
Standing next to my window.
Baby, what are you shaking? Cole, what's wrong?
Did you ever talk to your mom about how things are?
I don't tell her things.
Why not?
Because she doesn't look at me like everybody else, and I don't want her to. I don't want her to know.
Know what?
I see dead people walking around like regular people.
I don't see anything. Are you sure they're there?
Sometimes you feel it inside, like you're falling down real fast. You ever feel the prickly things on the back of your neck?
Yes.
That's them. They get mad. It gets cold.
How often do you see them?
All the time. They're everywhere. They want me to do things for them.
I think that they know that you're one of these very rare people who can see them. So you need to help them.
What if they don't want to help?
I don't think that's the way it works.
How do you know for sure?
Is anyone there?
Look out! Please make them leave.
I'm working on it.
The Sixth Sense from 1999. Malcolm Crowe, a child psychologist, starts treating a young boy called Cole, who encounters dead people and convinces him to help them. In turn, Cole helps Malcolm reconcile with his estranged wife. It's a little bit of a spoiler, but this film, scarily, is 25 years old. How mad is that? It feels like quite a new film.
Yeah, because it just sits quite nicely in it. Well, you know, there's not like a load of CGI in it. It's quite a slow drama, if anything.
Yeah. First time I went to see it, obviously didn't know about the twist. Everybody's very good back then at keeping secrets. There was not much of an internet.
Yeah, no, the internet wasn't in your pocket that everyone looked at every 15 minutes.
Every 15 seconds, really, isn't it?
Oh,
but
yes.
I'll tell you something that funny that did happen was there was a guy that was in my viewing of it who came out. I think I've told this story on the podcast before, and went down the line of people who were waiting to go into the next showing saying, Bruce Willis is a ghost, Bruce Willis is a ghost, Bruce Willis is dead, Bruce Willis is a ghost. Now, he told loads of people, and at the time, I didn't really think much of it. But over the years, I thought, he ruined that.
No, he ruined it, but that shit is original gangster trolling to the hardcore trolling in your face, bitches.
Yeah. He's not posting up a clip on
hiding.
Twitter.
Yeah,
he's not saying, "Oh, spoiler alert! There's a cameo in Deadpool by." He's actually going up to people.
The original troll bitches is probably T-shirt.
But I was also thinking, out of all of those people back then, most of them either wouldn't have really paid attention to him, or it wouldn't have really sunk in what he was saying. They would have just thought, that's weird. There might have been one person who really two people maybe that paid attention, and straight away they were like,
Man,
is he gay?
I used to love going to cinema, sort of like late 90s. Fucking well good.
1999 was a very, 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 very good year. You know, you had The Matrix, you had this movie, you had The Blair Witch.
Yeah.
Was it Scary Movie came out as well? We had a lot of fun stuff coming out in 1999.
I used to just like going to cinema when I was younger, though. It was quite fun.
Did you see this at the cinema then?
No.
You didn't. When did you see this? Spoiler free? Did you not know about it?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? I remember.
I know this movie. I knew was a bit mainstream. It didn't jump because obviously this is back in the day when I was still going. I wonder if there's anyone else in the world that likes horror movies. Oh, of course, Gav. Otherwise, they wouldn't be made, would they? And because we didn't have an internet communities and podcasts and all of you lovely listeners to talk about and talk with, and it didn't hit me in a mainstream way because. Well, in a horror way, because I know it was a bit more mainstream, but I think I would have kind of got round to knowing that there's ghosts, that's cool. But you also had, like, not that long ago, you had actually the Ghost with Demi Moore, Bruce connection there.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know, once upon a time, when he was going through his divorce with her, he was sort of going through a bit of a mental thing. He was out in some sort of Mexico or something like that, and Wee Man from Big Brother. That's the magazine, from Jackass.
Yes, indeed.
He was there doing an advert or movie or something like that. Bruce Willis saw him and recognised him or whatever. He ended up spending the day with Bruce Willis, and they also went naked swimming together.
Wow.
And Bruce was just drinking loads of booze, and they just got wasted.
The bravest man on this planet is Ashton Kutcher in some ways, because I've seen pictures of him.
Oh, shit. He just went, all right, Bruce Willis, everyone's scared of you, but guess what? I'm banging your ex-wife.
And there's pictures of them, family pictures of them all together, because obviously Demi Moore and Bruce have got
Are they
children
still together,
between them.
Demi Moore and Ashton Kutcher?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
I wouldn't know these things.
But imagine that, like, the ex-husband of your new partner... It's Bruce Willis. It's pretty much his character in Friends, isn't it? You know, when he shows up in Friends as the dad.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
But yeah, it just because I bet he can give a right old cold stare. I know Kevin Smith had a bad time when he did Let's Be Cops, or no, not Let's Be Cops. Some cop movie he made.
Yeah.
Cop Out.
Cop Out, that's it.
He said it's very hard work with him, so yeah, I imagine it quite hard. So yeah, actually, because you've got to give him some props for being able to. Cause imagine that one day trying to put his hand out, go shake. Oh, right, that's
Hello.
it, Demi. I'm going to talk to him.
One other thing about Friends and Bruce Willis is the reason why Friends doesn't make any sense, because obviously he comes into it for quite a lot of one of the seasons as Ross's. I think it's Ross's girlfriend's dad, but Chandler and Joey maintain that Die Hard is their favourite film of all time. So it doesn't work. The universe of Friends is flawed, because surely they'd recognise him as, or at least say, you look just like the guy from Die Hard. Do you know what I mean?
They should have actually probably played that actual joke, or had it playing on telly and just be looking at him going... Yeah,
they should have done. Well, with AI, Gav, we can do that in the future.
I'm not going to spend my time thinking about how I can change little parts of Friends episodes. It's not happening.
Yeah, this movie's got Bruce Willis, Haley Joel Osment. It's got Toni Collette, who we've covered before with Hereditary. She's a bit of a...
Been around for a while, but yet kind of under the radar, but always like a good performance. I tell you that, I can't sort of think other films she's been in right now. No.
Muriel's Wedding.
Oh, I liked her in the murder mystery one of recent.
Glass Onion?
No, the other one.
The first one, Knives Out. We also get one of the new kids on the block in this movie, Donnie Wahlberg. We're talking to Mark Wahlberg, who Shyamalan would work with later in his career. He worked with Donnie Wahlberg in this movie, who shows up as a very scary man in some pants in your bathroom.
Okay.
That's one of New Kids on the Block. That's Donnie Wahlberg's little brother.
Whoa.
Or older brothers. I tell you what, he's hanging tough in those pants. He's hanging tough in those pants, isn't he? Jesus, there's a lot going on in those underwear.
What is it, Diffie Man?
Come on, everybody, if you want to take a chance, just get on the score to the New Kids dance. I quite liked New Kids when they came out.
Of course you did.
They were cool.
I had until recently the vinyl on album. I would have given it away.
My favourite song of theirs was always "You Got the Right Stuff, Baby." That's a dope track. So let's get into this movie. Yeah, so you don't remember the first time you saw it. I saw it at the cinema and I bought it on VHS because me and my girlfriend at the time would have wanted to make sure it made sense, when it came out. And then
The Sixth Sense makes sense.
Yeah, and now I own it on DVD, and we're obviously, everybody knows now that he's a ghost. And what a lot of people know now as well is the color red is very significant in this movie. Whenever there is a ghostly encounter or something to do with Bruce's character breaking into our world. Oh, okay, yeah. So the color red. Whenever there's the color red, like the red blanket over the kid, the red door handle, the red doors of the church.
Yeah.
Whenever the colour red is there, that means there is either a ghost present, usually Bruce Willis, which we didn't know at the time, or one of the kid ghosts that shows up.
It was interesting watching this time. Obviously I know what the score is, and I have watched it since knowing the ending. But watching it as a reviewer this time, really watching it with knowing Bruce is dead. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it works. There's no flaws that I can see.
I watched it Elijah's kind of there, and I was like, no, you can watch it. I think it's probably a 12. Is it a 12?
Probably a 12, yeah.
No,
it's not
15.
Really.
It's a 15.
I don't know why it would be, really.
Nowadays it'd be a 12.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I mean, obviously you see the kid with no back of his head.
Yeah, it's not bad. Anyway, Elijah's kind of watching, not really watching, but I actually said to him, look, I'm going to spoil this film for you. He actually dies out. So I actually because he wasn't really watching, he's not going to appreciate it. It's not whatever. I'm not ruining the experience for him. It's quite a long drama thing. He does like drama though, which is quite rare. He does. It's weird to picking up on drama. It's strange. Anyway, yes, he watched it with those eyes, which was quite interesting actually. So I could gauge his reactions at times.
Yeah, similarly to like Dusk Till Dawn or something where there's a twist in the middle or at the end. It's fun to watch films with somebody that doesn't know it's coming.
That too.
Yeah, I remember watching Dusk Till Dawn in the cinema, and me and my friend were just blown away by that moment where the Selma Hayek vamps out. It's like, what? I thought this was a Tarantino movie. What the fuck is going on? Well, let's get into this. So we start off with a great score. Really good score. Again, evokes The Changeling and those classy sort of 70s, early 80s horror thrillers that we used to get.
Watching both these films, I watched The Sixth Sense like that, and watched Signs of Charlie, funny enough. They're a big fan of the film. They've seen it before. I've had a deaf ear from swimming in my left ear. So the score for this, all my high end's gone. Unless I crank it up really, really loud. I couldn't have subtitles on everything. So I couldn't actually get the score for both things. But I do remember it being a good score, but I can't remember.
Yeah. It's a very haunting score and very, works well for this haunting film.
I may miss certain things audibly for reviews for both films because of this reason. I'm just saying.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you say that again?
I might miss...
I'm joking. It was a joke that you play on somebody when they say they're a bit deaf.
Yes.
Sorry about that, everybody. Okay, so yes, great score, kick things off, and we see Anna. Anna is, we don't know it at the time, she's the widow. Oh no, she's not yet. She is Bruce Willis's wife, and she's gone down...
They have a wine cellar.
They've got a wine cellar. Well, he's a very... decorated doctor, isn't he? A child doctor, child psychologist. So they're celebrating. She goes down to the cellar to select a bottle of wine from all their expensive wine, and she feels a bit of a chill. Could there be someone in the cellar? Is somebody in the house? Maybe. And she goes up to David and says, well, you won an award, you're the best child doctor in the world, whatever it is. And he's very modest. He's like, oh, I'm just doing my job. No, she's like, no, don't make fun of this. This is real. This is your talent. This is your calling in life. And they obviously are very much in love. They haven't got any children themselves, but maybe that's what drives him to try and help other children. We don't really know that. And then they get a bit drunk and they decide to take it upstairs to the bedroom. So they head on upstairs. And he does a funny thing, actually, Bruce, when he's talking like Dr. Seuss, isn't he? He says, drunk, I'm drunk. And he does a kind of little thing like that, where he says, you always sound like Dr. Seuss when you're drunk, which is quite fun. So it's...
through the film, I found with M. Night's writing, I was very impressed with his character info dumps in this. Are really not forced at all. There's just a little bit of her saying that you're a great child doctor, and explaining to us who he is. And it keeps going. You keep getting more info, but it's not forced in the slightest. But it's obvious it is that what it is. Well, if you're reviewing the film, I guess. I was really impressed with it. I think his writing is very, very good.
The same thing can be said in Signs as well. When we don't get told straight away that what's happened to Mel Gibson's wife.
Yeah, which
we just
subtly was in the writing before the editing, but it's really nice the way it's done edited, which we'll get to. Yeah.
It's perfect. Yeah, I think he's very talented.
I think his writing is very good, and that's why I say I think probably got him the green light for this, and them assigning Bruce Willis to it. Do you know what I mean?
The other thing he does well with his writing is he writes family very, very well.
Yeah.
The relationship.
Like who?
Spielberg? No.
Spielberg obviously doesn't write a lot of his stuff. It isn't him writing, but Spielberg knows family values and how to tap into that with everything which he's got at hand.
Well, the relationship between Cole and his mother, Toni Collette, is wonderful, and it's not a conventional one because they're without a dad. So, and then he's obviously a troubled boy, but he writes this, she's a loving mother. She loves him no matter what. And some of it is heartbreaking, some of the stuff that goes on between them. And again, cutting to Signs, that family dynamic between two brothers, adult brothers, who are now raising these children. Again, it's not conventional, but you feel like they are a real family. He does that so well with his writing. You're right. His writing is just, it's great. And that's what makes, if you haven't got the writing, you might save the film with good direction and good acting, but the writing has to be there as well.
Well, good writing and good casting. This is what makes this film. But actually, I was just going to say, it's not film gods, because it's not something I go, oh my god, I have to watch it again. But every layer in this film is very, very high-end professional.
What this film is clever about, though, is it does reward you with repeated viewings. Because how many people came out of that cinema the first time they saw this and said, I've got to see that again?
Oh, VHS, as soon as they came out to rental, that would have been just falling off the shelves.
Yeah, people would have been in Blockbuster renting that out left, right and centre. Yeah. So they go upstairs to the bedroom.
Sexy times, finger in the bottom.
Sexy time for Bruce, but there's some broken glass. Thanks, Gav. Someone's broken in by the looks of it. Have they? We don't know. There's a noise in the bathroom. And Bruce, being the big manly man, says, "Stay, wait there." And he sort of peeps round. And what does he see in his bathroom, Gav?
It's a man in his little whitey tidies.
Well, he's got something. He's packing something down there. Good Lord.
I didn't notice.
My eye is always drawn to the pants bulge, as you know.
Always see the bulge.
Always, whether it's Bacon or whoever. Had to throw Kevin Bacon's bulge in there, didn't I?
Yeah, Bacon's bulge.
Yeah. So yes, this is a boy. He figures out this is a boy called Vincent Gray, a boy that he treated many years ago, and diagnosed as, you're just having trouble with your parents' divorce. That's all.
Well, let's get to it. He sees dead people. Yes.
Well, he does. Yes, it's later. He later finds out.
Let's just go there because I'd like to really review the film in that sense.
So he says to him, you don't know so many things. You let me down.
Yeah. So
you said it was just a divorce, but you don't know what I see in the dark when I'm on my own.
Assuming Bruce said to Spence, "Oh, blah blah blah," there isn't obviously dead people. He's not seen dead people as a kid, and left him. So that kid then obviously went on to chat to lots more dead people, see dead people all the time, which is driving him to the point of suicide. But going to take out old Brucey.
Yep. So they have a little bit of backwards and forwards. Bruce tries to calm him down. He does a great thing where he's like, "This is 199 Sycamore Drive. I think you've probably got the wrong house. I'm going to call the police." And the guy just pulls a gun out, shoots Bruce in the stomach, and then you don't see it. It's very nice though, a little subtle. We pan away and we hear the gunshot and we know he's killed himself. Now this is actually what's killed Bruce. Bruce is dead, but we, as a first-time audience, would never have suspected that.
But for this review,
now.
We know he's dead. So through this, let's just keep it that way, because then we can. Not that we're going to find any problems with it, because it's pretty solid. But
you'll notice now that Bruce doesn't speak to anybody in the whole movie other than Cole from now on, because he's dead.
Well, he does speak to his wife, but he thinks she's giving him the hard shoulder. Yeah, he's not responding.
She doesn't respond. Yeah, so
it's so sneakily done. I mean, because though, what's so funny about this? We're watching a ghost movie the whole time. We're watching a ghost on the screen for the whole movie, but we don't know that. What's
more tragic as well than a ghost that doesn't know he's a ghost?
We don't know he's a ghost either.
Yeah. He can't. And you hear that a lot. Ghosts don't know they're ghosts. That's why they're sort of still hanging around. But that is tragic.
But I love the fact that M. Night didn't write this. He just came up with this, then went back and added it, and it's like, it's the icing on the cake. But
genius.
So it's so funny that he's a ghost the whole time, but it comes across though as a drama for a very long time.
Yes,
this isn't a horror. It doesn't say horror. It's got drama, suspense, mystery, psychological thriller, psychological drama.
So we cut now to the present day, and we see Cole leaving his apartment. He's probably about 8 or 9.
Next fall, isn't it? We actually cut to.
Is it? So it's about a year later.
Well, next fall. So yeah, a year later, maybe.
Bruce is waiting outside with a little notepad, making his little notes. In normal days, this would be a bit creepy, but.
Okay. First question: how did he get assigned the assignment?
Well, he's just drawn to Cole because Cole has the powers to talk to the dead people.
He's there like Rose, like, I've got my notes on this child. It's like, no, you haven't, have you? What are you looking at?
Yeah, exactly. At the end of the movie, obviously, he suddenly realises he doesn't remember how he's got to the restaurant or got to the house or anything like that. He just suddenly appears there. And obviously, it's just him drifting through our dimension.
So I'm guessing it's like his ghost kind of was just floating along and happened to be around in that area still because he can't go because he can only go at the end when he's been let go from his wife saying it's fine. That's
and also when he knows he's dead.
Go. Yeah. So at the end of it, we don't know that he actually goes.
He's kind of
Patrick
in denial.
Swayze.
Yeah, he's in denial at the moment.
Right.
He just thinks he's still a child psychologist.
So, okay, so he's a ghost for the whole thing.
But also, don't forget, the universe wants him to fix Cole.
Yes.
Because he will help Cole to help the ghost.
And
so he's almost like...
in some sense, he's got two missions to become an angel, could we say.
Yeah, because once he's done his mission and made Cole help all these other ghosts...
Because Cole helps, like other ghosts, yeah.
Yeah, and you could even do a grown-up sequel, not that I'm saying they should, where Cole is still helping ghosts, do you know what I mean? Because of Bruce.
The film's essentially about helping others.
Yeah.
And that will get you into heaven.
Yeah, I guess. Wow, deep.
Deep, man.
That is deep. So he goes over to Cole. Cole looks very awkwardly at him and sort of scoots off. And Bruce follows him. He goes into a church through a big red door. He finds Cole inside the church. He goes over. He says, "Hello there. I'm Dr. Malcolm Crowe."
I love this bit. So I look at Cole and I'm like, "Oh shit!" He's like, "Oh fuck it, it's another one."
Yeah, because he's gone in the church thinking maybe he won't come in the church because he's a ghost, but he goes in the church and he sits next to.
Oh, so you know, as he's a ghost, you know, that kid's out of Bruce Willis has just been dumb as shit. Hi, kid, I'm your new social worker. Not in a Jimmy Savile.
No. So they talk for a little bit. He sees some scratches on Cole's arm, which he makes notes of, wondering perhaps it's a parent or something. But we know now that it's ghosts that are trying to attack him, because when he doesn't listen to the ghosts, they get angry with him.
He says to Cole, well, I see we missed an appointment today. Cole must be like, oh, no, me and you're a ghost. We don't have an appointment today. I don't have appointments with ghosts on a daily basis. I'm not coming to any appointment. And he just can't say it. He should say to him, like, I'm not coming to your appointment, you fucking dead.
But the reason he can't say it is because his whole life has been traumatised by bloody ghosts just popping up all over the place and going, help me!
It's that classic thing where something's going on at home, but he just can't tell his mum whatever, but his mum thinks it's like he's suicidal, he's into something like some sort of drugs, or he's doing, do you know what I mean? She thinks it's some other totally different thing, which is a dark thing, and it's not. The kid's stuck, and it always pulls your heartstrings as well.
Well, the other reason that works is because, you know, his dad left, and she's working 2 jobs. She's working like 15 hours a day, trying to keep money coming in for him and her. He's struggling in school. He hasn't got any friends, which we'll find out in a minute. So he feels, if I tell my mum this crazy shit is going on, it's gonna throw a spanner in the works, and you know, it's gonna rip apart this little family dynamic we've got. So he's trying to be a big boy, even though he's 8 or 9. He's trying to like suck it up and bottle it up. Yeah. And at the end of it, going back to what you were saying about him thinking, oh, for God's sake, these ghosts, at the end of it, Bruce says, so I'll see you again soon, I guess.
I know.
He must be thinking,
no,
please don't. Bruce gets home and his wife is asleep.
So
as he walks in, there's a bit of a chill in the air.
We assume that he's just sat down. First-time listeners, second-time listeners, you know there's a ghost not making any indentation on that bed whatsoever.
And he goes into the cellar, or the basement, which he doesn't really.
He goes to work.
And he starts pulling out all these books.
Even his ghost, he's dead. He's out going to work. Stop going to work.
He translates one of the Latin phrases that Cole said to him in the church, which translates to, and from the darkest depths I cry out to thee, O Lord, save me. Jesus, that's deep for a little boy to say that to me in Latin. So he writes this down.
And the kid, again, though, is an incredible actor.
Oh, he's fantastic.
Performance is amazing.
And then we meet Lynn, Cole's mum. This is a great little scene. Again, a very poltergeist moment coming up.
He puts me in mind of the witch kid.
Yeah, we get that. This kitchen scene now is very poltergeist for me. Because we meet Lynn, played by Toni Collette, Cole's mum, and she's she's shutting all the kitchen cupboards and doors because they're all left open. And
interesting, Spielberg has obviously had his fingers involved with Poltergeist.
Yeah.
And this is obviously, straight away like a pull on point. And I'm thinking that he's taking some real influences from some films.
Well, she says, eat your breakfast before you go to school. Then she pops out of the room to go and grab something. When she comes back in the room, every single cupboard and drawer in the kitchen is open. And in fact, she actually sort of screams a little bit because it is quite shocking. And then she says, this obviously isn't the first time this has happened. You can tell from her reaction. She sort of says, were you looking for something, Cole? And he sort of looks around and goes, the Pop-Tarts. And she's like, yep, they're up where they always are in this cupboard. And then he says, what are you thinking, Mama? What are you thinking? You thinking bad things about me?
It's just straight away, you just feel so much for everybody and everything.
Oh my God, it's so sad that a little boy is asking his mum.
Some good horror movies, but obviously this doesn't come across as a horror movie. It's not labelled as a horror, is what I'm saying. And some of the best horror films are just the drama in them is what you're so like into the characters, what's going on in the story. You feel for an emotion so much that when things happen, the horror, you feel the horror. That's what makes a good horror movie.
Yeah, and he says this to her a couple of times throughout the film. He says, "Are you thinking bad things about me, Mum? Do you think I'm a freak?" And she's like, "Look at me, look at my face. I'd never think that about you." So again, that's what I talked about earlier, that family dynamic, the love between mother and son is incredible and acted so well by both of these two. And then when he gets up to go to school, she sees his handprints on the table where he's obviously sweating so much, also demonstrating he didn't open the cupboards because his hands were on that table the whole time while she was out of the room, leaving those hot handprints on the table. So yeah, spooky times. She suspects it, but she doesn't say anything. And he just goes outside with his buddy, who puts his arm around him and says, "Come on then, Carl, let's go to school." And then when they get around the corner, he goes, "Did you like my acting? Yeah, did you like that?" And basically he's a pretend friend. I think he pays him or something, doesn't he? Does he give him some money to pretend to be his friend? Or does his mum
reassume that that's what happens? Yeah. It's just so, and it's so sad because it's. I know the situation having a kid that doesn't got any friends at school really troubles. My kids just struggle with friends, well, for whatever reason. I don't know why. All of them do, and I can see from the situation why he's so sweet. He's trying to make it look like, because he knows his mum has enough troubles and stuff to make it look fine. Here, pay a kid to pretend to be his friend.
Oh, so sad. And then obviously he goes into school.
So like the writing in this, for a first-time film director making this movie, it's just like, bloody hell.
I know. Calm down, Sean.
But no, actually saying that, though, not first-time movie. I've got to keep saying this is his third feature film, so I've got to keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's true. And also he's written a lot of stuff.
First studio film, I assume.
Cole gets home from school and, oh, for fuck's sake, Bruce Willis is sat in the living room. Oh, I thought I'd got rid of this ghost.
Fuck, he's with my mum now. It's like coming back and Jerry Dandridge is sitting there with my mum.
Eating an apple. Hello. In a horrible cardigan. Don't get me started on it.
It's a V-neck, I think, anyway.
But there's no interaction between Bruce and his mother. And obviously we know that's because Bruce is a ghost and no one can see and hear him other than Cole. But it looks like, to the first-time audience, they've just been having a chat about...
Oh!
It's done so well, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, I thoroughly enjoy... I've written loads of scripts. We've written scripts. I thoroughly enjoy it. Sometimes you think, this movie's never probably going to get made, but I love writing it because in your head, you're making the movie. Only you can see it. And it's the best fucking movie when you're writing it. It really is. So when he realised that moment when Bruce is dead... When he went back in to put all the set pieces there, so how do I start this up? Oh,
and just tweak everything.
Just Bruce opposites. It looks like they've been chatting. That exact thing must have made him. He's probably jizzing every time he came up with it because it's just been so much fun.
Well, Mum goes in the kitchen to make dinner and leaves Haley with this ghost, or Bruce, and he's heartbreaking in this scene, as he is in most scenes. Bruce says, "Do you want to talk to me today?" And he just shakes his head and he says, "Well, I want to play a mind reading game with you."
He's like, "I don't want ghosts playing mind reading games with me today."
And it's basically to try and get him to sit down to talk. And he basically says, "If I say a fact, if it's true, then you take a step towards me. And if it's not true, you take a step back." So he asks him lots of questions. Like, he does like a funny thing because he's a child psychologist where he goes, and then he says, "You have a secret, but you don't want your mum to find out about it." And he takes a step towards him and he asks him a few questions. And then as he moves forward, the camera moves forward nicely. And then when he starts getting things wrong, the camera moves back as well, away from Bruce. So it's so classy. It looks great. And then he says, Bruce makes a bad guess about why he had trouble at school. And he says, "Nope, you got that wrong. It's because I did some bad drawings."
It's a screwdriver in someone's neck.
And it made everybody freak out in the class. And, I don't draw like that anymore. Now I draw rainbows and unicorns and little dogs running around because no one freaks out about unicorns and rainbows. And it's such a great little performance from this kid. And then he just says, "You can't help."
It's just so grown up, really, isn't
he? Says, "You can't help me, Dr. Crow." And then just like leaves him. And Bruce is like, "Oh,
he does say that you're nice, but you can't help me."
Yeah, he does. And Bruce is thinking, shit. Back to the drawing board on this one.
Right, I'm going to go tell Jerry down at work about this. And off he does, stomps down to see Jerry, and Jerry's just there going, Jerry, answer me. Oh, Jerry's not answering me. Goes to see Bill too. Oh, Bill too's not answering me either.
They're all ignoring me. Well, he goes to the restaurant and he's late. And it's his anniversary.
Does he just go home and go to sleep on the sofa?
I don't know. I think he just sort of appears.
His wife's pissed off at him every night.
Well, he goes to the restaurant and he's late and he says to his wife, look, I'm really sorry.
At one point, does he go, I have not had a shit in at least 4 days and I've not felt like it. It's really weird. Actually, I've not even peed.
I haven't eaten anything.
I haven't eaten anything.
I don't remember how I got in this room. How did I get here?
What is going on? Really weird.
But because it's supernatural, I think we allow that, don't we? He just appears in these places where he's meant to be.
But what the funny thing is, though, this is the beautiful thing. We, as moviegoers, we see an edited version of a film. We see someone edited to look cool, edited to look or rubbish or not funny or anything like that. If I want to see those horror movies where Halloween ends, but it's the whole movie, like the whole 5 days, not edited down, so it's just Michael's actually just standing around waiting or whatever. But,
goes for a shit.
Yeah, that sort of thing or whatever, you know.
Well, it is kind of explained in this scene.
That's a bad choice.
It kind of explains in this scene there, because he goes to the restaurant where him and his wife, where he proposed to his wife, and it's their anniversary, and he says to her, "I'm really sorry. I know I'm late. I'm really having trouble with this case where I just can't seem to keep track of time. I can't, and it's slipping away from me." And so he's almost explaining, like, I don't know how I got to places. Time's sort of going. What's going on?
It's really well done. This would make, not that I would want to really watch it, really, but it would make a fantastic double bill with Ghost.
Yeah, I suppose it would. Yeah, and we did Ghost for a Valentine's episode years ago.
Yeah,
I still really rate that film.
No, it's fine. The movie's fine.
But obviously, though, he thinks his wife is incredibly pissed off at him because he's late to the restaurant on their anniversary. She's not speaking to him. She's had her dinner. She's finishing her coffee. She's probably had a glass of wine. And then he goes to pay the bill. She snatches the bill, pays it, and then just says to herself, but he thinks to her, well, happy anniversary, Malcolm, and just walks off. And he's sort of like, oh, for God's sake, I've had a bad day at work. The kids ignore me, and now my wife's ignoring me. It's not going well.
Well, even when he's dead, he's still going to work, and his wife's having a go at him and giving him an ear bashing.
And if you notice, he wears, in every scene,
it's what he thinks.
And in every scene, he wears a variation of what he was wearing on the night he was killed as well. So that was another clever thing they did with wardrobe. So we cut night to Bruce and Cole chatting and walking along, and this is where Cole says, everybody thinks I'm a freak. I'm used to it. Everybody thinks that. And he stops him and he says, don't you ever buy into that bullshit. And he goes, oh, you said the S word. He says, well, I'm sorry, but
Elijah found that amusing as well.
He says, you're not a freak. You are your own person, and you shouldn't ever let anybody tell you that. And it's really lovely little pep talk, really, from an adult to a child here. Quite cute. Cole gets home and his mum is dusting. Oh, sorry, he's not home yet, but his mum is doing some dusting, and she notices something in the photos, doesn't she?
It's like a light, isn't there?
In every single photo, there's a little. What would you call that, Gav?
So like a little streak of a very
like a lens flare almost,
light bulb or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks a bit like a lens flare, but it's even as a baby next to his face. So we now know, because we've seen this multiple times, that is showing us there's always been the presence of a ghost near Cole. But his mum looks at it and thinks, I wonder why did I always have shit cameras everywhere I've been?
Bruce, we're not having those cameras again. Next time we get better ones than the disposable ones. But Bruce is obviously dead.
So Bruce and Cole talk about his dad leaving, and how that affected him and how it made him feel. And while they're talking, his mum is in his room and she finds some bad writing where it's like other people are speaking through Cole, automatic writing. She doesn't say anything about it at this point, but she'll bring it up later. And she's worried because she's already knows that he does bad drawings. Now she's found bad writing. And then Cole ends the scene with he just says, I just don't want to be scared anymore, in the way only a cute little boy can say to Bruce Willis. And yeah, we know that this boy really needs help. We're not quite sure what it is yet. And then Bruce is home, and this is where he overhears Ashton Kutcher or someone like that turning up to flirt with his wife upstairs.
I love it. He's downstairs and the door's going, "Yeah, you're going to get that." And he's just shouting out, "You're going to get that." It's like, oh, bless him. He doesn't know he's dead, does he?
And his wife runs a jewellery shop, so he hears her employee who's kind of flirting with her. Oh, hi, Anna. Yeah, I'm just on my way to town. There's that fair. Did you want to come with me? No? All right. Well, look, I mean, what I'll do is I'll stop off on the way back as well. You know, if you fancy a drink sometime or a coffee. And then when he leaves, Bruce looks out and sees him get in his car and he goes, "Keep walking, asshole, keep walking." It's a very John McClane moment where he says, "Keep on walking, tough guy," or something like that. And he's thinking, why is that guy flirting with my wife when I'm down in the basement going through my books? That is cheeky. It's good stuff. And now we get Stuttering Stanley.
It would have been surprising if she had just had like something and like she went out, got drunk, got a bar, came back with a bloke, started banging. It'd be like, "What are you doing? You're never going to talk to me?
Anna, stop it! Stop
I'm not
riding
going to
him."
sit here, be watching this like
Especially
this.
if Bruce was lying in the bed and he looks round and they're just banging away.
He's just like, "I will not stay. All right, I will sit. I will watch. I will if I have to."
How did I even get here?
I will take my clothes off and watch what's going on.
I might have a little cheeky ghost wank. Imagine if it turns out that it was Bruce Willis's ghost that gave Dan Aykroyd the blowjob.
Weird. Even weirder that you thought that.
Well, you know. Still want to know who it was. So in school we got the history class and the teacher is here. Stuttering Stanley. Or he's not called Stuttering Stanley at this point.
What teacher?
He says the teacher, but he says, "No, this school is very historical. Can anybody tell me why?" Anybody? And Cole puts his hand up. He's very surprised that Cole has put his hand up. He thinks, brilliant. He never speaks. What is it? It's where they used to hang people. No, it was a courthouse and a courtroom. No, they used to hang people and they used to make them die in front of their families.
By the way, though, the funny thing in this movie, we don't know that this kid sees dead people for ages. We still don't know this for such a long time yet.
So we just think he's a little monster.
We just think this kid's like, what the fuck? So really, and we don't know Bruce is actually dead either. We're sucked into the drama of this film, like I said. We're just completely involved with this story.
But then the teacher, when he corrects him and says, "No one was ever hung here. I don't know who's told you this nonsense." Then Cole says, "Stop looking at me like that. I hate it when people look at me like that." And he kind of freaks out. And the teacher says, "What are you talking about?" And he says, "You're Stuttering Stanley. That's what they used to call you when you were a kid. You had a terrible stutter when you were a kid. Stuttering Stanley, Stuttering Stanley." And he says it over and over again to the point the teacher just screams in his face, "Shut up, you little freak." A teacher screaming in your face, "Shut up, you freak." Gosh. Wow. And it's obviously this is going to get Cole into a bit of trouble now because Cole is now in the principal's office on his own while his mum is being spoken to, etc. But luckily Bruce comes in to speak to him and he says, "You want to see a magic trick, kid?" He does like a silly magic penny trick to try and cheer him up a bit. And it does make Cole like him a bit more. And he says, "You're not a good magician, but I didn't know you were funny." And it's quite a cute moment. And then back at home, Bruce comes home and sees his wife. She's watching the wedding video downstairs, and she's upstairs showering and crying. And he sees in the cupboard that there's some antidepressants, and he thinks, well, she didn't tell me that she's on antidepressants. Why is she so upset? It's not like I've died or anything, is it? Jesus. Well, it is, Bruce, it is. Horrible scene now at the kid's birthday party. Poor Cole. His mum's saying in the kitchen, "Well, thank you so much for inviting Cole because he's got no friends and he never gets invited to anything because he's a little fucking freak." She doesn't say that.
No, that's the director's cut.
That's basically what she's saying there. And she says, "It's really nice that you've invited him." But the poor boy is at this party all on his own. You know, he's trying that magic trick on someone who just tells him to fuck off, and he basically spends the whole party while all the other boys are playing. He's just sort of sat on the outskirts, sort of watching all the other kids. And the kid whose birthday it is the one who was in a commercial for I don't know what it was, like cough medicine or something when he was a kid. So this kid thinks he's like going to be an actor or something.
That's why it's really good at the end when he's village idiot or village simpleton. He's
so funny.
He's really gutted.
Yeah.
Play.
And Cole is King Arthur. While he's there, we see a red balloon. See the colour red, Gav? And the red balloon floats up the top of a spiral staircase. And Cole
99?
thinks there was 99 of them, and that means there was 99 clowns, each holding a red balloon. That would be your worst nightmare, wouldn't it? 99 its.
If they were all singing that song.
Oh my God. Tim Curry times 99, all going 99 red balloons, Georgie gonna float down here. Yeah. You'd just be like, I'm out. For anyone who doesn't know, Gav's two biggest horror phobias really are, apart from body horror, are clowns and monkeys.
Monkeys, I've actually I've like adopted them into my mind a lot more.
You haven't got like full-on chlorophobia with clowns, but you're just uncomfortable with them.
I just don't really like them.
So I always used to tease Gab with, imagine a monkey dressed as a clown chasing you.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is, but it's coming at you. Cleopatra, coming at you. So yeah, this balloon floats up to the top of the stairs, and Cole decides to follow it up. And when he gets up there, he hears a voice going, let me out of this fucking cupboard, let me out now. And he thinks, right, that's probably a ghost, I'm not going anywhere near it. And then those two boys come up the stairs. One of them was the child actor from a commercial, and they go, oh, Cole, do you want to be in a little play with us we're going to put on for the party? And Cole, bless him, is like, yay, friends, what do I have to do? And then they grab him and shove him in the cupboard.
Tommy Tamasimo.
That's his name, Tommy
Tamasimo. And I was
thinking,
actually, I reckon Tommy Tamasimo is probably going to go on to do all right, because that name's pretty cool.
Yeah, starring Tommy Tamasino.
Yeah.
Pretty decent.
I think he's done all right.
But they lock him in the cupboard, and then the music gets turned up, and all you can hear is this like banging and screaming, and he's clearly really distressed. It's quite a horrible scene, actually. We don't know what's going on in the cupboard, and his mum kind of hears a little bit of screaming over the music, and eventually she goes upstairs and she says, what's going on? And they're like, he's in the cupboard. So she tries to break the cupboard open and pulls him out. He's passed out cold, and a ghost has been God knows what, grabbing him, screaming at him, and those boys locked him in there with him. Little shits.
Yeah.
Little shits. So Dr. Shyamalan shows up now, because he likes to have a little cameo in each of his films.
He's doing his Hitchcock, isn't he?
He actually hated his in this film and in Signs, funny enough, he hated his performances and tried to really edit them down.
Yeah, it's funny because when he came on in Signs, I was like, Mel's a pretty decent actor.
Mel's a pretty good actor.
Melton's done some really good dramatic pieces before of different films, and he can really pull it. And I was like, fucking hell, that must have been really hard playing with Mel Gibson's mug in your car window, looking at you, and you're acting it with him. To and it's okay, but yeah, it's. I think actually. He actually should have had someone else play that role. Well,
a little bit of trivia about that scene in Signs. I know we're jumping ahead.
Did the person not be able to do it, so he just stepped in?
One of Shyamalan's close relatives died 2 days before they shot that scene, so he channeled basically everything in it and said, I'm going to do this without really looking at you.
I still think it should have been recast, and he should have just done a cameo.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I like seeing him in it though, little Hitchcocks.
But Hitchcock would be just standing outside of a flower shop
with a cigar.
That's it.
Just having a wank, looking through the. Oh no, that was Vince Vaughn. Sorry, in the remake.
Vincey Wanky Baby.
Vincey Wanky Baby. Yes. So Dr. Shyamalan says, "Look, we've examined your son. It wasn't a seizure. We don't really know what it was, but he's okay. However." Mrs. Sear, I would like to talk to you about all the cuts and bruises on him. And she's like, do you think I would hit my child? And he's like, social services are here. They want to speak to you right now. Oh, shit.
I remember being at the hospital with Charlie when they're little.
Is this when they fell off the sofa and smashed their head? I remember that.
I don't know. I went to hospital with some so many times. With Elijah, never really. He's too damn cautious, which is a shame, really. But yeah, always at hospital with him. Anyway, I went along, and then they asked a question. The doctor did.
Dr. Shyamalan.
And I started answering, and I went, "No, not you." And I was like,
"The child."
And I had to go quiet. And they wanted Charlie, and Charlie's pretty young to answer the questions. And I was like, "Whoa, what you think? I'm not. I haven't done this." They're stupid.
When Edith fell over on the landing and split her head open, she had a hole in her forehead. And we obviously called the ambulance, and it was pissing blood. They didn't ask me and Alice anything like that because we were both crying our eyes out because our sort of 18-month-old little girl was pissing blood out of her forehead, and she had a triangular-shaped hole. So they just whisked her off in the ambulance and glued it shut, and that was all that was ever said of it, really. But the nursery they go to is very on it with things like that, you know. Yeah. Which is good.
Yeah,
it is good.
Absolutely. I'm not bothered that they asked me. I suppose I don't look like a totally innocent person. I suppose I do a beard and shaved
But you do
head,
end up shitting yourself when your kid hurts himself on the weekend. You think, oh, for fuck's sake, I'm going to have to explain to the nursery on Monday what happened. You know, that I kicked Jack in the head one of the days because I tripped over their train set and kicked Jack in the head and hurt him. He didn't bruise or anything, but I didn't tell them I kicked him in the head. I just said, he bumped his head on the weekend. He's all right there. And all day I was thinking, please, do not tell them that Daddy kicked you in the head. Please do not tell them that Daddy kicked you in the head. And he didn't, thankfully.
I'd like to say my kids would probably say that, no, he's all right. He doesn't try
and he's all right.
Us. He doesn't try to kill us. He's all right.
He's all right.
You don't have to cart him off.
For the record, Gav and I are very nice and don't hurt children. So, no. For anyone listening that might be about to report us. But Dr. Shyamalan reports Toni Collette, and she ends up having a serious conversation with them. Bruce talks to Cole in the hospital. This is the scene. And he starts trying to tell him a bedtime story. Now, I never picked up on this before. When he's telling them the bedtime story, Cole stops him and he says, you've never told a bedtime story before, have you? And Bruce says, no, I haven't. He says, yeah, all good stories need a twist. And I've never caught up on that before, that Cole actually says all good stories need a twist to Bruce Willis.
He probably slipped that in afterwards, and afterwards I went, yes, another one.
Shyamalan, you bastard. So Bruce then says, look, I just want to talk to you. Why... about this, and he says, well, I want to ask you something. Why are you so sad? And Bruce says, I'm not sad. I don't know why you'd think I was sad. He says, well, I will tell you what happened. There was somebody I couldn't help once, and there were repercussions because of that. So I feel a bit like there's maybe some unfinished business. And then Cole says, all right, I'm ready to tell you my secret now. And this scene has been ridiculed and parodied, but actually it's a great scene, and it's not as cheesy as you might think it is. He just says, I'm ready to tell you my secret now. And you're waiting, and he just says, I see dead people. And Bruce Willis's reaction is fantastic. He says, what? Right now, or when and he says, no, all the time, just walking around. They don't even know they're dead. And it's so chilly. He says, no, all the time. I fucking see them every day. I'm looking at one right now, Bruce.
Unfortunately, he doesn't say that. What I was going to say.
But bedtime now, Cole's home, and Mum tucks him in. Obviously, he's wiped out from his seizure or whatever it was.
Oh, it was 50 minutes in. And that's the point now. We've just got a bit where it says, I see dead people. 50 minutes into the film, we now have turned this film, which is a drama, into, which is way past halfway mark, into something which has opened up the realms of horror, because we now have the first time we do see later on, we know that there's a possibility we might see a ghost ourselves.
Yeah, because up until this point,
we didn't before.
We just think it's a troubled boy.
It's just a drama.
Might be being abused.
Maybe a slight dark mystery drama.
And Bruce is in a bad relationship with his wife.
Yeah, it's not even a mystery, is it? It's just a drama. Yeah.
Yeah. So Mum tucks Cole into bed at home, and she sees he's got holes in the back of his sweater, and she takes his sweater off him, and there's scratches all over him. So she thinks it's the bullies, because she phones up one of the mums, and she goes in on the mum on the phone. Keep your boy away from my boy. Those little shits. She got, as you would, you know. And yeah, she's pretty pissed off.
Mum got off the phone and then shouted at her kid to come downstairs, and he got a fucking ass whooping.
He got a hiding. Absolutely.
He went to bed crying that night, hungry.
There's a scene in a film called A Christmas Story, which is my favourite Christmas film of all time.
I really enjoyed watching it for the first time properly last year.
Oh, I'm so pleased.
Really enjoyed it. I'm watching it this year.
There's a scene where he says a swear word, and his mum asks him where he heard it, and he just says the bully at school, and his mum goes over to the phone and calls up the bully's mum and says, I just wanted to let you know that your son said, and then she covers her mouth up and she says it. We don't hear it, obviously, because it's a PG. And then in the background, on the other side of the phone, you just hear, Scott, come here. And then you hear this like, whoosh, whoosh. And he's like, what did I do, Mum? What did I do? What did I do? It's bad, but it's fun. So, yeah, Cole gets up for a pee in the middle of the night. Oh,
like I said, now he's open. He's basically opened up. Everybody in the cinema has now gone, oh,
edge of the seat now.
But they would have seen the trailers and it would have had spooky stuff. But
and as he walks off to the bathroom for a pee, the temperature drops. Someone walks past the doorway, and he goes back in the kitchen. No, Mum's in the kitchen. Mum, what are you doing up? She turns around. It is not his mum. It's a lady who's had domestic abuse. And she says, basically, I'm doing everything I can for you. Everything I can. You're going to hit me again? Is that what you're going to do? You can't have me anymore. And she shows her wrists, and she's got slit wrists. So this is a lady, obviously, that killed herself over domestic abuse. So he thinks, fuck this. I'm going into my den. So he runs into his den where he's got a red blanket, the colour red.
It has lots of church ornaments, we find out.
Yeah. And so that's our first ghost.
Yep.
School play. Bruce is talking to Cole about the play and about dead people, and he says, I want to talk to you a bit more about what you told me. And then Cole stops dead in his tracks and looks, and Bruce says, can you see a dead person now? Can you see a ghost? And he goes, yes, there's 3 of them right there. And there's 3 people hanging, just staring at him from the courthouse back in the day. And they're just staring at Cole. It's very, very, very uneasy. But Bruce can't see them. But he believes him. He's starting to believe him a bit. And then
his mum's they're sitting at a table, and his mum's saying, did you take a bumblebee pendant? And he's saying no. And I feel really sorry for him here, because obviously he's saying no. We know the reason that he didn't do it. A ghost done it. But we have to go along with what his mum's going, thinking, like, why do you have to lie to me?
Yeah, she says, he says to her, Mum, I promise you I'll never lie to you. And it was her mum's bumblebee pendant. And he says to her, I promise you I didn't do it. And she's like, go to your room. You're not having the rest of your dinner. And obviously she's very cross. But he goes to his room. And as he gets there, there's a boy in his room. He says, hey, do you want to see where my dad keeps his gun? And he turns around, and obviously it's a boy that played with his dad's gun. And he's got nothing on the back of his head where he blew his back of his head off. So there's another ghost there. Then he runs, this is so sad, he runs into his mum's room, crying and just, can I please sleep in your bed tonight? And, as any parent would say, yes, of course you can. And she says, just tell me what's wrong. And he can't tell her what's wrong. So she breaks down crying. My God, this film had me in tears in a couple of scenes. This was one of them, like just seeing her wondering what's wrong and him not being able to tell her what's wrong.
Yeah.
It's just so sad.
Yeah.
And then we see Bruce's widow, spoiler, at work in the jewelry store. And she gives a gift to her employee. the one that flirted with her earlier, and he gives her a hug, and then it looks like they might be about to kiss, but then Bruce does the window in, doesn't he?
What's he playing at?
He's doing the window in.
If he was actually, he thinks he thinks he's still real. He thinks the best way of doing this is, right, oh, you're not going to kiss my wife. I'm going to throw a rock at her window and then I'm going to run off.
Scoot off down the street.
Do you think he actually's running off down the... Oh.
Fucking hell. That'll teach him.
That'll teach him not to do that again. That'll put him off doing it, rather than go in there and say, oi. If that was his wife, you would definitely go in there, wouldn't you?
He speaks to Cole next and says, I've decided I don't think I can be your doctor anymore. And Cole says to him, please...
I've got to keep an eye on my wife. She might be kissing the other employee.
People that are actually alive. She might be kissing living people. Cole says, please don't leave me, please. And Bruce and Cole both cry at this point. And he says to him, some magic is real, because they talked about magic tricks earlier. And it's just so beautifully written, and the performances, you know, I can tell Bruce would have read the script and thought, man, I've got to do this, you know. Because Bruce Willis is...
as an actor, how much fun it would be to do the performance.
People don't know that Bruce Willis is a fucking great actor. You know, I know he's done loads of action movies, but within those movies, especially Die Hard 1 and some of the other stuff, he's an incredible actor. You know, he sells the everyman so well in Die Hard. He's so subtle in this film. You know, he's not running around in his vest. He's just walking around in his suit and tie, talking to a little boy. But it's so subtle and it's done so well. And the same with Mel Gibson in Signs, you know, it's so subtle. And there's a great moment now, and I love it, and I've talked about this before, I love it in horror movies when we get a tape and we either play it backwards or we turn up the volume or we hear something on a tape that we didn't know was there the first time. I love it when they do that in horror movies. And Bruce is listening to a tape, the one with Vincent Gray, the boy that shot him at the beginning, because he's thinking about his shooting, you know, he keeps having flashes of it. And he's listening to himself. All right, Vincent, yes, now, oh, hang on a minute, Vincent, I've just got to leave the room. I'll leave you on your own in this room for a moment. And then he hears something on the tape. So he turns it up and turns it up and turns it up. And he just about makes out someone saying something in, I think, like Italian or Spanish. And I think what it translates to is something like, I don't want to be dead, I want to be alive, or something like that, but it's in another language. He doesn't know that at the time, but he definitely hears a voice on the tape. So this is where he twigs, and he thinks, okay, I'm gonna help Cole now. I can definitely help him because, okay, I believe in ghosts. I've just heard that on the tape. So he gets home to his wife just as that man is leaving his wife's house. Oh, Ashton Kutcher scooting off up the road.
Doing his flies up.
To do another, what was that show he did? Punked. Was it Punked?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Doing his flies up. Ooh. And Demi Moore's like, just wiping off the corner of her mouth.
I did find the film slightly dragging a little bit for me. Here. Just a little bit. For some reason, I was just a bit like, you know. I don't know why, just was. Even though we'd had some new things go on, revelations in the script of what's happening and stuff, I still was a bit like, it's dragging a little bit here now.
Well, there's a subplot now. Now, when you introduce a subplot later in a film,
it's a weird
most films
choice.
That would be boring. But I really like this subplot because this is the fix for both of them now. I
guess he had to, because he couldn't do it earlier on, because this is an early on scene, really. But only if we knew that he saw ghosts. If he early on said, I see dead people, then the rest of the movie was him going on these different adventures, helping different ghosties. Yeah. You know, this would be like the first one, because it's a young girl and stuff. Like Columbo, just helping different people, but it's a little boy helping. It is weird that this now goes on. It's a bit like, okay. But I love this. So he sees a girl, a ghost girl, show up in his den. She's being sick, going, I feel much better now. I'm feeling much better now. And then he's really scared of her initially. There's a terrifying moment where
the blanket is over her, and he pulls it off of her, and eventually he says to her, he plucks up the courage and he goes back in the room and he says, "Is there something that you want to tell me?" And obviously she then tells him her story. So the next day we see Cole and Bruce on a bus together, and they're going to where she's told him where she lived when she was alive, and it's her wake for her funeral.
So as Bruce as a ghost, when he walked into the funeral, was he like, "Well, let me do the talking," and he's just going, "You're a fucking ghost, mate. You still don't." Oh, Cole at this point is probably going, "I'm totally just going to keep this gag going. He doesn't know he's a ghost. I'm going to keep this playing for a while."
Or when they got on the bus, Bruce says, "Oh, that was a nice driver. He didn't ask me to pay. It's lovely."
Yeah, they're like, well, "Why is everyone so nice? But why does everyone keep ignoring me?" So anyway, he's like, "Cole, let me do the talking." And if he walks in, "Hi, yeah, I know it's a bit weird that I'm here with my patient and we've just come here. We have no connection whatsoever. Is it really odd? It's really weird. You're not listening to me. All right, I guess you're in mourning. Are you?" Nope. And just no one's listening to him at all. So he's like, except Cole. Cole, you're the only person that will listen to me.
The way that they could infiltrate this wake is because Cole is wearing a suit and he's a little boy, and it's a little girl that's died. So most people would probably just think this little boy knew the girl.
He's fine, because I thought that when I saw him walking around with the box, I was just like, no one's going to think like a kid's like, "Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm a funeral crasher as a child. I put on a suit. See you later, Mum. Oh, you look nice. Where are you going? Don't worry about it. I'm going to go down the arcades in my suit. Actually, I'm crashing funerals as a child.
I'm stealing things from people's houses while they're in grief."
Oh, God, that is dark.
It is, isn't it? Well, he goes to the house while everyone's crying and upset, and he goes upstairs, and he overhears somebody say, "I heard that she was in bed for the last 2 years. And now I heard that the younger daughter is starting to get ill as well." So this Munchausen's by proxy that we find out about, the mum's now doing it to the other daughter as well. But he goes in the room, and this always makes me jump when the hand comes out from under the bed and grabs his ankle, because I've got a phobia, like a fear of that in real life. I used to have nightmares about hands coming out from under my bed and grabbing my feet.
So sneaking into your house.
Fuck you. If you do... You don't want to hide under my bed, let me tell you that.
I don't want that. What if I miss it? Like, I missed it. I'll just have to wait, and then it all just gets into the sexy hour.
What if you grab Alice's ankle?
The sexy hour.
Yeah.
That's what I'm worried about.
And the bed starts bouncing up and down on top of you.
Oh, no.
And then you hear, "Call me Gav, call me Gav." You know, you like it. I like it when you call me Gav.
What, when Alice says that?
Yeah. I'm just throwing funny things into the mix. Let's do the pegging. Let's do the pegging. You'd be like, "Jesus, I'm learning a lot about Dan tonight." Fucking hell. Anyway, enough about pegging me. So the boy goes, yes, the girl grabs him, and she basically says, "Here's a videotape." And Cole thinks, well, this is obviously her secret tape. So
for our younger listeners, it's an old format for watching films.
Before DVDs and Blu-rays. Now, this is a dark moment now, because you've got this poor grieving father who's just lost his sort of 12-year-old daughter, and he gets given a videotape.
Great performances again, like the way he kind of chuckles when she says something on the video, like something.
Yeah, because he, if I'd lost my child and someone handed me a videotape, I'd think, "Oh, great, this is memories of her. Let's put it on right now."
It's not good.
He puts it on, and it's her doing a little puppet show. "Oh, yes, we're going to dance together." Ha! And then she quickly moves it out of the way when she hears her mum come in the room. So we're seeing this through the secret camera on the shelf behind the teddies. The mum comes in, and she says, "I'm feeling much better now, Mummy." And she's like, "Well, you always get sick in the afternoon, so you're not going out again. You need to stay in bed and get better." And then she comes right up to what she doesn't know is the camera, and she's like pouring like Drano or bleach or some shit into this. I don't know what it is she's pouring in there, but
it looks like oil.
She's basically poisoning her daughter. And so this is Munchausen by proxy, which, for anyone who doesn't know, Gav's other show covered it, The High Strangeness, and it's where one of the most famous cases is Eminem. His mum had it, and there's lots of famous cases where a parent will make their child sick to sort of keep them as it were. It's very sad, and it's a very real thing. But yeah, this is what was happening to this poor little ghost girl. So the poor dad, in front of the entire funeral, watches this, as do a lot of the funeral goers, and realizes, what's going on. So the mum's at the funeral rearranging the flowers, and everyone's looking at her going, "Oh, you bitch."
In the other room, there's two guys dressed as Pulp Fiction, Samuel Jackson.
They are, aren't they?
And they're watching Halloween live, Resurrection Live, on the internet.
Brilliant. I don't know why that's tickled me. And they all sort of look at her like, "Oh, you are in trouble now, girl." And she looks around, and the dad says, "You killed our daughter. You poisoned her." And basically, she is fucked. And then Cole goes outside, talks to her little sister, and says, "Kyra, this is the little clown doll that your sister wanted you to have. She said it was your favourite, and she said, if you keep this with you, you'll never, ever be without her." So it's a really cute moment. And then things start picking up for Cole then, now that he's helped this ghost. Because
he's King Arthur.
He gets cast as fucking King Arthur.
I like the fact that the teacher has kind of forgiven him, which is good. His teacher's given him the part, and he says, "Thanks very much." And I was like, "Please, everything go well. Please, everything go well." And it does. He pulls the knife out, doesn't fall over or anything. His trousers don't fall down. He does it.
Yeah, and Bruce smiles. He's in the crowd. Mum wasn't there, but Bruce is like a surrogate parent almost at this point. Ghostly parent.
Bruce is standing in the middle of the aisles, just standing there where everyone else is sitting down. But he's like, "None of you fuckers even pay me any attention anymore, so I'm just going to stand here, right in the middle.
I could stand here with my trousers around my ankles.
None of you care about me anymore. I'm fed up of no one listening to me anymore."
Bruce smiles, he's happy, and then he says to him outside, "Did you think it was good?" He said, "I think you were brilliant, and I think Tommy Tomasino was shit. I thought he was awful as the town dunce in this."
And he says, "I've got an idea. I think I know how you can talk to your wife. Wait till she's asleep."
He says she'll listen to you no matter what then. She
doesn't
have any choice.
She's asleep.
So you could go up to her and go, "You fucking bitch. I hate your food. Dickhead. I hate your cooking. And I've always fancied your sister." And his wife might go, "I'm not actually asleep. I heard all of that, you bastard."
Surprise, bitches.
Anyway, he says to him, "I don't think we're going to see each other anymore now." And he says, "No, I don't think we will either." And he says, "Okay." So then we see a really sad scene where Cole is in the car with his mum, and there's been a bike accident. And Cole says, "I'm ready to tell you my secret now, Mum." And she's like, "Oh, okay, what's that going to be?" Thinking, "Oh, what is it, heroin? What's going on here?" And he says, "I see people, I see ghosts, they ask for my help." And the way he shows this is that he knows that the girl in the bike accident is dead, and she's standing next to his window at the car. And then his mum starts crying, thinking he's losing his mind. But then he says, and Grandma says hi. And she looks at him and says, "What? You shouldn't say that." And he says, "No, she visits me sometimes. She said she saw you dance that one time when you were a kid. You had a big fight, and she didn't go to your ballet recital or something, but actually she secretly did. And she watched you, and she said you were like an angel dancing around. And she said you asked her a question once when you went to her grave, and she wants you to know that the answer is every day." And his mum is bawling, and I'm getting a bit teary actually just recounting it, to be honest, which is a first for the show actually. And he says to her, "The answer to your question is every day. What did you ask her, Mum?" And his mum says, "I asked her, did I make her proud?" And it's just so well written, and
performed,
and of course.
And it's again, it seems, I remember watching this and I was just like thinking, because I'm reviewing it, I'm thinking, I'm sure this was early on in the film, because this is such a weird place still to like hear. It feels so weird. It feels like stuff that should be early on in the film, so it's interesting.
They hug, they're close again. She knows he has got these powers. I cried at this point.
I know there's a dead person down there. Why is that? Because they're standing next to my window.
She's standing there with her brains hanging out, Mum. And then we get your final scene where Bruce gets home.
Because that's 14 minutes before the end, which is also an interesting choice when to him to then tell his mum. But it kind of concludes the whole thing, us always feeling sorry for it, and now she believes him because he proves some facts with it.
Yeah, he's one. Do
So
you know what I
it
mean?
concludes that, it wraps that up.
He's got his mum. He's helped a ghost and possibly going to be helping more. He's been the lead in the school play, and he's helped Bruce because now Bruce goes home to his wife who's asleep watching the wedding video. He walks in and he hears, "Hey, Malcolm," and he thinks, "What?" But it's the wedding video where they're sort of saying, you know, they're all talking to the camera.
By the way,
saying,
I did have tears. I was just seeing my notes.
With that bit with the mum.
Yeah, it says like because it's one of those things. When I used to, Elijah doesn't go to school now, but I would stand at the say then, but I wouldn't leave until he'd gone around the corner, just in case he'd look back. And 2% of the time he would get to the end and look back. 98% of the time he would just keep going, which is fine. But I always said I'd be there. And if I was never there and him to look back, and I knew that he'd look back and I wasn't there, that would destroy me, even though it's the most simplest, littlest thing. So that whole thing, the story of that was just like, oh my God.
Yeah, and it hit me hard, obviously, because my mum. So it's just it was just very well written. And funny enough, I just on a tangent, I listened to an interview with Oliver Platt randomly, who is a comedy sort of actor. He's done some serious stuff, and he was talking about it when his wife died and he was left with his son. And he said there was days where he'd drop his son at school and then he'd just sit in the car for the whole day because he didn't want to be away from his son and wait for his son to come out of the school. And he'd just spent the whole day in a car reading, waiting for his son to come back out of school. Like, that's so sad, like horrible.
Yeah, but that would have been something which, for him, actually helped him cope.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a coping mechanism.
Well, Bruce gets home, the wedding video's on, but his wife's asleep. So he does what Cole says. He sits down, he talks to her. And he says, you know, I know I haven't always been there. And she says in her sleep, I miss you. And he says, oh, I miss me. Well, I'm right here. And then she says, why did you leave me? And he thinks, what? And then she moves a little bit and she drops something on the floor. And it's his wedding ring, which rolls along. He looks at his hand and it's not on his finger. He thought he was wearing his wedding ring the whole time.
Cut to Cole saying sometimes they don't know that they're dead.
I know. And normally this is too cheesy when you hear like...
But like in the cinema... If you were watching that, or whenever we all watched it, if you didn't know the twist, it would have been like, whoa.
Yeah.
What would have been even better, though, if you cut to loads of little clips of him and just scenarios of him just standing there, all these people chatting a joke and a bundle, and him going, ha, 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 and no one looking at him and going, oh, what is up with you lot? And him just walking off in different scenarios.
Or like a bus driving through him or something.
How did the bus drive through me? And just stuff like that.
But yeah, he realises it does cut to table for one, you know, with his wife. There's never been any two-way interactions. He then realises that the cellar door has actually been barricaded the whole time, meaning she doesn't ever want to go down where he used to do his work. And then he sees Anna's cold breath is the final thing. And he realises, I was shot in the stomach. I died. And that's it. And he just says to her, well, I can go now. My work is done. I think I had to help someone, and I think I did. And then he kisses her and says, I love you, and I promise you everything will be different in the morning. And it ends on their wedding kiss on the wedding video, which is really lovely. And yeah, he goes, and hopefully she'll be able to start moving on now.
Yeah,
Part of the reason she couldn't move on is because he was hanging around.
It concludes that as well. So brilliant writing. Yeah, amazing writing again, really. Amazing
writing, great direction, fantastic performances.
So, dead people can't see, so dead people then in this?
No, I guess not.
Only old Cole, bless him.
Yeah, poor boy. And Donnie Wahlberg hanging tough.
But then Donnie killed himself, so he became what he was. So it'd be like, sorry kids, you can see me. I used to be like you, but I killed myself, so I'm not a good role model.
Don't do what I did. Don't ever go in Bruce Willis's bathroom in your pants with a gun.
Don't do it.
Never do that.
But yeah, so thumbs up?
Oh, hell of a thumbs up for me. It's close to being a Film God film because of the twist.
But
it's famous for its twist. It's famous for that couple of lines.
Yeah, I think it needs a couple of little bits. I don't know. I think it's very good. It's not a movie I tend to watch very regularly. I will watch this again at some point, but not a lot.
I mean, it sits very highly for me. I give it a 9 out of 10 on IMDb, which is extremely high.
I'd give it a 7 out of 10.
But yeah, it's an incredible film, and everybody listening to this will have seen this. But if you haven't seen it for a while, do go back, watch it again, look for those performances, and look for the colour red, and look for the little interaction that Bruce has with anybody other than Cole. It's incredibly well woven story and performed incredibly well. But that's The Sixth Sense. I knew we were both going to love it. And we did.
It's a really fun movie to review, actually.
And
I really appreciated the writing.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And I didn't until reviewing it.
I don't notice I'm very much picture and sound. I don't notice writing sometimes. Like hip hop, I don't sometimes notice the MCs, what they're saying as such, more the beats,
Yeah, whereas I'm the MC.
Yeah.
And I always notice the words. And yeah, you're right. I don't notice the writing very often when we're doing reviews. I normally notice performances or the story, but it's the writing behind the story in this one. And what I will quickly just say is in Unbreakable, which was Shyamalan's next movie with Bruce Willis, I feel that is one of Bruce Willis's best performances of his career in Unbreakable. It's not a better film than this, but it's a very good film, and
I might have to check it out again.
Yeah, it's great film. But
speaking of which, I listened to some of Eminem's new album, and every time for me, it's just like get some better beats. Like every time he gets like a couple of songs which are like, oh nice, you can nod your head. The others are just like, what is this cheesy shit?
Well, talking of Eminem, one of his biggest fans, Bill Murray, has just walked in the room.
Bill
William
Murray.
Bill did have a track or a guest appearance on the Eminem album, but apparently it was cut out because it was too rude, even for an Eminem album, apparently. Didn't you, Bruce? Bruce? Not Bill. Bruce. Bill. Sorry. Bruce Willis is over there. Bill's over here. Jesus Christ.
Oh, God.
They're all in my room at the moment, Gav. Get them out. Bill, please, can you take us into World of the Strange?
Hi, welcome back to World of the Strange.
World of the Strange. Strange. Let's twist again like we did last summer. Now, Bill is an expert twister, aren't you, Bill? And Shyamalan is known for his twists, although, as we discussed, he didn't do that many.
Funny enough, there's another movie in the cinemas at the moment, which is obviously not the M. Night one, which is possibly got some twists. There's actually a Twister movie.
There is. Twisters with an S.
Yeah.
Another late sequel. What was big 30 years ago? Right, let's do a sequel to it. Great.
It wasn't that big, though.
It was a sleeper hit. It's pretty well liked.
Yeah, I've got it on Blu-ray. It's fine.
I'll stream the movie when it comes out for streaming.
I was going to go to cinema, but Sarah and I just didn't get a chance to go do it. This weekend, though, I'm going to go watch Alien Romulus.
Yes, that looks fucking phenomenal, doesn't it? Have you seen the trailer?
Yeah.
I know you don't normally do trailers, but it gets you hyped, man.
Well, I did recently. I think I said before. Did I say before about the Alien Outer Space audio?
Yes, you did. Yeah.
So really up for that. And I started watching Prometheus, watched about half of it before I went to bed. I've seen the movie lots of times. But I'm up for some Aliens at the moment. So watch a new Alien film in the cinema. Great.
I might try and get to see it, actually.
Yeah, you should, because I bet it's going to have like all the sort of sound effects and score will be the same, It'd be slimy and dark.
What I might do is watch Alien and Aliens over the next couple of weeks and then try and get to the cinema to watch Alien Romulus, because I know it's set between the first two, isn't it?
Yeah, I was thinking of watching Alien again, actually.
Great movies. Okay, well, talking of twists, the reason I mentioned that is because, obviously Shyamalan, but what I'm going to do here is have a little list of real-life twists and coincidences.
Coinkydinks.
Coinkydinkies. Have you seen my Coinkydinky recently?
I like the name Coinkydink.
Coinkydink. Why do you like it?
It sounds nice when it rolls off your tongue. Kawinky dink.
Kawinky dink. Okay, fair enough. Oh, now we know one of Gav's favourite words. It's not even a real word, it's just a mispronunciation of another word.
Dink. Sounds...
That does sound like my...
something else. Dink in the winky.
Right, we're going off on a crazy penis tangent as always. So let's talk about some real life coincidences and twists. I've got a few little ones here. So the first one is the twin tragedy. In 2002, 2 identical twin brothers were killed in separate accidents on the same road in Finland 2 hours apart.
I actually looked into the early version of the film I'm making now, which the early version was me and you podcasters. I actually looked all into coincidence and stuff, and we did it as like a podcast thing. And I looked at all these, so I remember that, and it was really interesting. Please carry on.
So they were 70-year-old brothers riding their bicycles on 2 hours apart, and they were both hit by trucks on the same road in Finland, 1.5 kilometers apart. No connection to each other. The accidents were completely just a coincidence. But how strange is that these twin brothers made it to 70 and on the same day, within 2 hours of each other, both killed in exactly the same way.
It's weird.
That is weird, isn't it? Weird.
How can you explain stuff like that?
You can't. It's just fucking...
Is it because it's all fake?
Maybe. Or is it because, you know, there's one twin didn't want to live without the other, and the universe was like, you came into this world together, you're going out together, who knows, you know what I mean? It's weird, isn't it? Well, the next one involves Mark Twain, the renowned American writer. Mark Twain, he was born in 1835. He was born on November the 30th. And the reason that date is significant is because it was the same day that Halley's Comet made its closest approach to Earth. Mark Twain later learned this as he grew up. And he always said, I predict I'll go out with the comet as well. Well, do you know what? He did. Because he died on April the 21st, 1910, which was the same day as the comet's next closest approach to Earth.
Yeah.
That is mental.
Yeah, it's weird. Have you got the one about the guy in the boat?
Not sure. I know the one about the lady on 3 boats.
No, so the one, the guy in the boat's a long one. It's a really long one, but yeah, it's a massive coincidence.
Well, there's a lady who worked on boats, and she's been called the unsinkable nurse. She's mainly works as a nurse, and she worked on 3 different boats. The first boat she worked on was the RMS Olympic in 1911, when it collided with a warship and sank, and there were barely any survivors. She was a survivor there. She then went on to work on a little boat called the Titanic, Gav, which was struck, as we know, by an iceberg in 1912. Yep. She was one of the few survivors of that.
Wow.
And then in 1916, she was on the HMHS Britannic, which hit a mine and sank, and she was one of the few survivors on that.
Literally, the third time it happened, she's literally like... Oh,
not again.
She's literally like cracking knuckles, getting ready. At least there's no icebergs.
How amazing is that she survived the Titanic? How
amazing,
being one of
how unlucky she happened to be in them all.
That's crazy, isn't it? Either that or she's incredibly a bad luck charm, and you never want her on your boat, ever. Because every boat she gets... Oh, maybe she's a terrorist, Gav.
Yeah.
Maybe she's the one doing this. She planted the iceberg. Is that possible?
Maybe.
I've got another one about twins here.
Okay.
They lived parallel lives. So Jim Lewis and Jim Springer, both called Jim, were separated at birth, and they were given the same name, Jim. And they found out about themselves during their adult lives, and they managed to reunite at the age of 39. They realised they'd had a lot of similarities, but obviously both called James or Jim. Now that was a name that was given to them by their adopted families. So just by chance, the families that adopted them called them James and then nicknamed Jim. They both married a woman called Linda, and then divorced Linda and then remarried a woman called Betty. So that's both of them. Married a woman called Linda and then remarried a woman called Betty. They both had a son called James Allen. James Allen is the middle name. How crazy is that? They both had a dog in their youth called Toy, T-O-Y. No one names their dog Toy. These two had a dog when they were children called Toy.
But they must have been naming the animal. They probably named the animal Toy, I guess. Chose someone called Betty because the other one probably already had the Betty. Do you know what I mean? It just felt right. And so then choosing the kid's name just felt right.
So like the universe is sort of tying them together.
They could feel it in each other that this was the correct one. Like ding ding ding, Betty.
Well, they both worked as sheriffs as well. They were both sheriffs.
Okay.
So they both went into law enforcement, and they realised that their favourite holiday destination was the same Florida beach town. So they would have probably walked past each other by chance at some point. But that is nuts. They didn't know they were twins. Imagine seeing a guy over there, oh, that looks like me. What's your name? Jim. No, I'm Jim. No, I'm Jim. No, I'm Jim. This is my wife, Linda. No, this is my wife, Linda. It's my son, James Allen. This is my dog, Toy. Hang on a minute. Are you me?
Weird.
That's a weird one, isn't it? The next one is going to cause a little bit of discussion, potentially, around safety, health and safety. In 2008, a British cab driver, British cabbie, called Tom Birchall. Good old Tommy. He saved the life of a wheelchair-bound woman after her wheelchair had fallen onto the train track. Well, there we go. However, 1 year later, he was driving along and he saw another person in a wheelchair who had fallen onto the train track. It was the same woman.
Oh my God!
That he'd saved the year before.
So he went up and went, oh God, I've been here before. Went over, it's you again.
You daft cat.
What are you doing?
Down there?
That sounds like Bob Hoskins doing it.
You need to get some better brakes on your wheelchair. That's twice you've fallen into the tracks.
Oh, Bob Hoskins, what are you doing over there?
You fucking doing that? That's a nuts one, isn't it? But also, is it maybe she wanted to go on the train tracks and he keeps trying to... She's like, oh, I've had enough of this. I'm just going to wheel onto the tracks. Oh, it's him again, for fuck's sake.
It's you again? Someone think you're trying to fucking do it on purpose, love.
I am. Fuck off.
Fuck off, I am, you cunt.
This next one's crazy. So in 1914, there was a French soldier called Henry. He narrowly avoided death when a bullet was fired at him by his ex-girlfriend's brother in anger. It grazed his face and lodged itself in a tree. However, do you know this one?
Didn't the boyfriend get killed? Say it.
So the brother thought he'd killed that guy, so he blew his brains out there and then. Obviously the guy had survived though because it grazed his face and lodged itself in a tree. In 1920, so 6 years later, the guy then decided, that tree that's got the bullet in it, I'm going to cut it down actually. And he blew up the tree with dynamite because it was a big tree.
That's right.
But it dislodged the bullet.
The bullet hit him.
Fired straight into his face and he died of it. The bullet that grazed his face, 6 years later, the bullet came back into his face and killed him.
That's Final Destination shit.
That is Final Destination. That's Tony Todd pulling your nipple rings out.
Death will wait for you.
Why does he pull out that kid's nipple ring in front of his friends?
I don't remember that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's horrible. Don't do that, Tony. That's a weird one, isn't it?
Yeah, I had an earring pulled out my ear. Gone.
Yeah, I've had that in the past.
Fucking annoying as shit. I lost my earring. My ear stood.
I had the top of my ear pierced, and it was Friday the 13th, and I was walking home from the pub when some guys decided to jump me and my friend, and we managed to fight them off. But in the morning when I woke up, I realised they'd ripped my earring out the top of my ear, and I had a big split ear, and I've never bothered getting it re-pierced. I just let it heal.
Yeah, I need to get one. I was DJing, and I had a load of bags, and I took a bag off my shoulder, and it just literally just hooked my ear and just fucking ping. And what?
Ping.
The
next one involves Sir Anthony Hopkins. So he was preparing for his role in the film adaptation of a book called The Girl from Petrovka. And he was searching London for this book. It was a rare book, and he couldn't find a copy of the book.
Do you have Fly Fishing by J.R. Hartley?
Imagine Anthony Hopkins walking into your Waterstones. Hello, good man. I was wondering if you had a copy of The Girl from Petrovka. Oh my God, it's Hannibal Lecter. No, we don't. Well, in a strange twist of fate, he was waiting at a train station, and he looked down on the floor, and underneath the bench next to him was a copy of the book that he'd been looking for the last year. However, it wasn't just a copy of the book, it was also a signed copy by the author of the book. How nuts is that? That not only did he find the book, but he found a signed copy by the author.
Because life is a simulation. It is not real.
Oh God!
It can't be.
Okay.
How did that happen? Give me a clear answer how that happened.
Simulation.
Okay.
Don't get me involved in your conspiracy.
It's just so many weird things, though, isn't there?
In the early, this next one involves a book as well. In the early 1900s, there was a lady named Anne Parrish, and she was looking through a bookshop with her, I believe, her husband in Paris, and she found a children's book called Jack Frost and Other Stories. And she said, "Oh my God," to her husband, "Oh my God, this brings back so many memories. I think I had this book as a child. Yeah." And she started flicking through the book. You know, when you find something from your childhood and it triggers those nostalgia. And then her husband said, "Hang on a minute, go back to the front cover." And it was her book from a child. She'd written her name in it. You know, this book belongs to Anne Parrish, aged whatever, like we all did with our books. It was her own book. She'd found it in a Parisi.
Like in So Above, So Below with the piano.
Oh, yeah.
And the bum key.
Bum key. That's what I'll say. Bum key.
Bum key monkey. If I ever have a monkey and I get to the point where I'm gonna adopt a monkey really to get over it, I'm gonna call it Bumkey.
Great.
But if it takes my keys and puts it up its bum for a game, that's not gonna be fun.
Well,
it might be a funky monkey.
Funky monkey, brass monkey.
Bumkey. Anyway.
So there's two more of these.
Okay.
The next one is 2009. Croatian man called Ivan was brushing his teeth when a stray bullet entered his home and struck him in the teeth, but he was wearing false teeth and it became lodged in the tooth, which saved his life. So his false teeth saved his life.
Amazing.
2 years later, another stray bullet came into his home and hit him in exactly the same spot again, stopped only by his false teeth. Those false teeth saved him from bullet twice. What are the chances, simulation, what are the chances of a bullet hitting you twice? It's like being struck by lightning twice in the same place. Well, we're going to end on a light note now. Mid-90s, 1995, a lovely couple from the UK, and they won the National Lottery jackpot. Changed their lives forever. However, 10 years later, they won the National Lottery jackpot.
Ridiculous.
The odds of 283 billion to 1. They've twice won the UK National Lottery jackpot, 10 years apart. They're now in the Guinness World Record book and the history books, and it's raised questions about the nature of luck and probability, or simulation, as Gav would say,
or fixed lottery scams.
Their surname was not Camelot. Camelot are the company that used to run the National Lottery. So there you go, Gav. Strange and weird and wonderful twists and coincidences. Can you think of any?
No.
That you'd like to say that are clean?
Not really.
The only one I know of, I can't think of one. I probably could if I racked my brains, but there's one I think I told you off air where a friend of mine was in Thailand, out in rural Thailand, and they hitchhiked to the next village, jumped in the back of some guy's truck, and when he got to the village, he jumped off the truck and he heard someone call his name, and it was an old classmate from his school that just so happened to be in that same little village out in the middle of nowhere in Thailand. And that kind of freaked them both out, but then they hung out together for a couple of weeks before they went their separate ways. Weird. Weird. Well, if any of you lovely listeners have got strange coincidences or strange twists and tales, let us know. Or even if you're just good at doing the twist, send us a video of you twisting and we'll play it on the podcast. You'll just hear like feet going.
Best Chubby Checker impression.
Chubby Checker and the Fat Boys doing the twist.
So
remember they did that one?
All right, Bill's gonna take us out, and then after that, you're gonna hear the trailer for Signs.
That's all the time we've got for this week on World is Strange. Next week, though, give me Ira. Hairless pets. Weird.
What can make geometric shapes the size of a football field?
What kind of machine can bend a stalk of corn over without breaking it?
Can't be by hand, it's too perfect.
So the aliens can't read our minds.
Oh.
Some animals around the county have been acting funny. Some of them violent. It's almost like they act when they smell a predator around.
Amman, Nairobi, Bangalore, and Jerusalem as the
Same
latest.
shows on every station.
Every station?
It is the 18th reported crop site in that country in the last 72 hours.
I'm a little scared. All this stuff on TV. Joe Gills was in here talking about the end of the world.
They're staying in the shadows. It's called probing, to make sure things are all clear.
Clear for what?
For the rest of them.
There's a monster outside my room. Can I have a glass of water?
Ground forces are being assembled. It's happening. Don't be afraid. It's like War of the Worlds. Believe it's going to pass. Don't be afraid.
They're in the house.
Here it comes. Don't be afraid.
Signs from 2002, rated 12, so you can take the youngsters with you. An hour and 46 minutes. A widowed former reverend living with his children and brother on a Pennsylvania farm finds mysterious crop circles in their fields, which suggests something more frightening to come. And they think it's the Wolfington brothers.
Lionel Wolfington.
It's Lionel Wolfington and his brothers.
Pennsylvania 65,000.
Yeah. I really like this film. Sarah said she watched it again and it was I think she said boring. I really like this film. I like alien films, so I like the ones when you get like pedigrees for alien films, like this got Mel Gibson in there, etc., etc. So like I like Jordan Peele's latest one. I think that's a really good alien movie. You know,
agreed.
So like as UFO movie, should I say, rather than alien, not the xenomorphs.
Contains the most terrifying scene in any Shyamalan movie, in my opinion. The Brazilian Children's Party.
Yes.
Which is in many film lists always makes the top 100 scariest scenes.
Yeah, it's up there with the old Exorcist 3. You know,
it's just. And Joaquin Phoenix's reaction to it sells it as well, you know.
Yeah, his sit back, it's really well done.
Go on, sorry.
Birds and Night of the Living Dead were the influence for this.
Indeed, yeah, he made everybody watch The Birds quite a few times on set. The other reason this is a Gav movie all over is its single location. It's a bit of Precinct 13. You know, it's got all of that thrown into it, and aliens. So this is like got you written through and through. Chuck Mel Gibson in the mix, and fucking hell, you must be in heaven. I saw this at the cinema. Funnily enough, the bit that made me jump the most at the cinema was the pantry door, the hand under the pantry door.
It's a good one.
That's a good one as well.
I really love the crop designs of the crop circles and the size of them. That's brilliant.
Yeah, and they did that for real, you know. And Mel Gibson said that the standing and looking at those crop circles helped him get into character, because once you see that, you think, okay, I see where this film, you know, what these aliens are capable of. Sadly, I think sadly, crop circles have been proven to be a bit of an urban legend and a myth and made up.
But how cool!
But there was a time where we all believed that they were real, and this film still, you know, leans into that. Talking of Hitchcock and The Birds, the score for this, and we'll get into it in a minute, but the score for this is phenomenal. And he told the composer to take the best of Encounters of the Third Kind and Hitchcock movies like Psycho and do something with them. And the opening score is, you just know you're in for a treat.
I'm going to have a listen to them on Spotify, the soundtracks, because I like I said, deaf ear. I couldn't really get into it.
Especially Signs, Gav. I highly recommend Signs. It's up there with Psycho, you know, and the Reanimator. It's got that kind of driving, chilling, thrilling noise. The performers in this, Mel Gibson, phenomenal. He, you know, we love Mel. He's done some bad things or said some bad things, but he's fantastic in this as a man who's lost his faith. Joaquin Phoenix, who I do sometimes think is a bit overrated, but I really like him in this because he's got a lot to tell with his story, but he does it through his acting rather than his. There's one line he has towards the end where we'll get to it, where he says, you know, the scariest thing I've ever seen is my brother. That look in your eyes where I realised you'd lost your faith and you thought we were all dead. I never ever want to see that again. You're my big brother and I look up to you and I idolise you. I think the kids are fantastic in it. Rory Culkin, Macaulay's younger brother, one of his younger brothers.
Elijah thought it was the kid from Home Alone.
I mean, he looks so much like him. And Abigail Breslin's first movie. She is adorable in this as Bo, and so cute and funny, and they must have let her ad-lib some of her stuff. So she ad-libbed some of her shit, obviously. She must do, because the kids couldn't say that scripted. Yeah, but again, that's Shyamalan's direction. He works well, you know.
And I bet Mel Gibson's brilliant as a dad-like character actor working with kids. I bet he's really generous.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
So again, we've got some great performers that again sell the performance. The writing, again, we're going to be harping on about all the way through this.
What was Mel's thing that everybody didn't like?
So there was a couple of things. One of them was he was pulled over by a cop and he went on a bit of a anti-Jewish rant to this cop, who was a woman, I believe, as well.
What was he drinking? Why did he?
He was drink driving, I believe, yeah. So not only is he drink driving, but he's also
just been racist,
been anti-Semitic and anti-women. And then there was another thing that happened where he left his wife a voicemail, which I've heard, where he uses the N-word in really bad ways.
Is she of a coloured skin?
No. He just threatens her. No, he just threatens her I'm not even going to be comfortable saying what he says on the podcast. I'll tell you off air. If you guys want to know, you can look it up. You can probably find the recording. It's not very nice. So I think he was going through. I'm not excusing it at all. It's awful,
Going through a mental situation.
But he dropped away from the limelight for a while, didn't he? And then he came back with Passion of the Christ, directed that, and he seems to have just sort of filtered back into Hollywood again now.
What does that say, though? What a strange choice of film to go for, with something where you whatever side you're taking of it, because religion is such. If you ever want to upset someone, so you don't you think rubbish, football's rubbish, and you don't believe in a god. Do you know what I mean?
He's a deeply religious man in real life. His father is a priest, I believe, and his dad actually called into a radio show once, and again unleashed a tirade of racial abuse.
So he got that for his dad. Obviously, you remember he's proper Australia, like 70s.
Yeah, not great.
Early 70s, probably growing up.
I met a lot of racists in Australia. I know we've got a lot of Australian listeners.
No,
but I did meet some racists there.
So what an interesting choice of movie to come back to do, though. That after
Redemption, though.
After the anti-Semitic stuff.
But I think Redemption was part of it. He wanted to do something, maybe in his eyes,
It's quite a full-on thing to go for. But I as a filmmaker, I like Mel Gibson. I like him as an actor and a director.
He's a great actor, a great performer, but he's
director. Sorry, a bit of a Mel tangent here, guys.
No, that's what we're here for. But he's also, he's easy to look at. Mel Gibson, there's something about his face that's comforting. You feel like he's a dad, he's a hero, he's a protector. He's all of these things wrapped up in one, which is why him as the head of this family, as he starts to lose his faith, we worry for the family, and it takes him to get his faith back and tie everything together,
He hasn't directed that many things, notable stuff, really.
Apocalypto was another one.
Braveheart, Passion of the Christ, Apocalypto, and Hacksaw Ridge. That's it. But in development, he's got 3 movies, but one of them, which I believe is actually still going to be happening, is Lethal Weapon 5.
I hope it doesn't.
Donna said to him, if I die, because I don't think they were, it was like Richard Donner was like prepping it with them, passed away in his 90s and that, 91 maybe. He said, will you do it to Mel, direct it, if I pass away?
Fair enough.
So
this film is very different to The Sixth Sense. Obviously it's aliens, but also it's a real comment on faith, and not just faith as in religion, but also as in what will be, signs, literally the name of the film. It's and again, I don't want not to harp on about it too much, but since losing my mum, there are things that I now see. There are reasons that things happen and reasons that things come back around, like coincidences in life. And that's the way this film ends. A lot of people don't like the way this film ends, but I really love that his daughter leaves water everywhere, his son had asthma, and all of these little things that lead up to Swing Away, Meryl. I just love that on her deathbed, his wife almost saw the future, and she'd laid all this stuff out all the way through her life until she died, and that's what took him to get his faith back. I'm not a very religious person, but I love that the last scene, cut to the spoiler, is him back in the dog collar, and he's a reverend again, and he's found his faith again. It's a lovely wrap up, really, to this story. But but it all takes place during a fucking alien invasion film. Single location, like we said, a farmhouse. The cornfields, there's something about those fucking cornfields that are scary.
It's kind of pre-internet, really, but we do have, the farmers especially, we do have TV being our outside world, and it actually shows us the whole world outside and what's going on with the crop circles, and they're getting worse and worse, like War of the Worlds.
Yeah, and it's quite scary, isn't it, when they're watching, these lights are in the sky, a bird's just flown into an invisible force field and all that kind of stuff. I love all of that. And like we said, it's the performances and the writing all together that sell this. It's great. Did you see this at the cinema? Do you remember?
No, a girlfriend and I round her house randomly, and it's normally be upstairs in the bedroom sort of thing, but I think it was sat in the living room in the afternoon. I think I must have been excited it was coming out, so I went to the video shop and probably rented it out as soon as possible that day. That's why I think, I was like, why did I watch it in the afternoon? I remember watching it in the afternoon, and it's still being spooked out by it.
And how does an alien invasion film... Also, how can it be so moving that there was a couple of times during this I got teary as well? He's done a great job with his writing. He could have just told a straightforward alien invasion film. There was that one recently where the girl doesn't speak all the way through it. I can't remember what it's called now, which is a bit similar about the girl on her own in the farmhouse and she doesn't speak. Do you know what I mean? I can't remember what it's called now. There's no words throughout the whole movie. It's just her in a farmhouse and these aliens come. Oh,
yeah, I watched it.
I can't remember what it's called now.
I can't remember what it's called, and I didn't like it. I was annoyed by the fact there was nothing to. I wanted a script or something. It was
just someone say something.
We need like all these movies. We need like Rubber, that movie about the killer tire. We need all these types of films. You know what I mean? So yeah, that film needs to be there, but I didn't enjoy it. I wanted someone to say something.
I prefer to watch A Quiet Place.
Yeah, those movies don't interest me either.
I like the first one. I haven't seen the second one. I haven't seen the third one yet, but I will get around to them at some point. Okay, well, shall we get into the story?
Yeah, absolutely.
Of the Hess family, the tragic family. So Mel, we wake up with Mel. Oh, we wish. We wake up. Sorry, he's on the farm, and he's waking up and. He hears some screaming in the field. What's that noise?
It's a nice actually. The camera's just static. Then all of a sudden, this Mel just flies into. If you've seen that movie with Daniel Craig, the Alien Cowboy one of Harrison Ford, Cowboys vs Aliens, that's like how he comes into shot as well, just from sitting down straight into the camera. But yeah, we got like Dad, so we understand.
What did you say that film was called?
Cowboys versus Aliens.
Mandela Effect. It's actually called Cowboys and Aliens. But everybody thinks, including me, that it's called Cowboys versus Aliens, but it's called Cowboys and Aliens.
Oh, yeah.
Mandela Effect. It's a simulation.
Oh, well. Yes.
But yes, he does. He comes flying into it, doesn't he?
So we know he's a dad, and there's some children. So he runs downstairs. So it's quite good. Then we see another house opposite in a staircase. Someone run downstairs back in Phoenix. We realise it's his brother. I think you can kind of figure that out yourself fairly easily without any signposts.
Yeah.
And they're like, where? And they both. Oh yeah, because you actually hear dad, uncle. So you're like, oh okay, just to give you that information.
That's
again.
Right.
M. Night's very, very simple scripting, making things very clear for people without any hard work. And I like a movie, it doesn't make me work.
Yep.
Us.
Uncle Merrill, Dad, Uncle Merrill, Dad. Come on, have a look at this, And you get there and Morgan says, look at this is crazy. What's going on here? And we cut straight to it. We're 2-3 minutes in. There's a crop circle.
I love it.
And we get a beautiful aerial shot before drones of this huge crop circle.
Because he says, are you hurt? What's wrong? Mel says to the kids, and just look over there, and the dogs are just barking, and they just look up, and it's just their shocked faces of seeing it. And that's when we see the massive drone shot, but it wouldn't have been a drone shot, but like a helicopter shot or crane, whatever. Yeah, it's brilliant.
And Mel calls someone on the phone, and he suspects it was the local gang, the Wolfington brothers.
And this is why I love this. And then the female sheriff comes down, and I just really like everybody in it, and it's all nice and simple and quite easy going and just nice. And yeah, it's not trying too hard. Just life.
It's a great blueprint, isn't it? We're basically we get quite a few films where there's a family on a farm or in a location like this. A sheriff pops up occasionally, a local sheriff that knows everyone, including this family, and what they've been through. We pop into town maybe once or twice, and, you know, there's another farm that lives further away, the Wolfington farm or something, and it's very simple, you're right, and it all works so nicely. It's not overcomplicated. No. Sheriff shows up. The dog's a bit sick. I'll take the dog outside. She's peed all over herself, not sure what's going on there. And the sheriff shows up and says, sorry about this. So there's water everywhere. Hang on a minute. Mel Gibson explains, Bo's got this weird thing about water, little girl. She leaves like 5 glasses of water in every room. This one's contaminated. This one's got dust in it. Well, this is because the aliens are allergic to water, Gav, aren't they? Maybe this is as close as we get to a twist in this, but it's more coincidence, really, or signs, like the name of the film. I think this film was going to be originally called Farm Invasion or Invasion or something like that. Not a great title. No. Not a great title. So she says to him, a lot of animals are acting up in the town, actually.
I did like the fact that the old lady, she just said she'd just come from the shop where the old lady had been down there spitting on all the skateboards.
That's right, spitting into faces.
Some skaters went past her and she really hated it, so she went down and spat on all the new skateboards down at the shop. I was like, nice. Well, not nice. I don't want skateboards being spat on, but at least skateboards were name checked in the movie. So.
Well, it's a random little story, isn't it? 'Cause she says she was spitting on them all, and by the time she got done, the whole place was covered, and she must have had a cold. Whew, I don't think I'm going to eat for a couple of days.
Yeah, well, I always like background story stuff, like I said before. You know, it's nice.
Just a little insight into what's going on in this town.
Yeah. You need that stuff.
Outside, the dog snaps at Bo. Quite a terrifying moment, actually, and they're a bit worried about the dog, so because it's it's a German Shepherd, isn't it? It really goes for the little girl. But while that's going on, Mel's in the...
Well, the girl says the water tastes funny, and they try to give the bowl of water to the dog, and then he goes crazy.
And while that's happening, Mel's in the field with the sheriff, and he's showing her the crops, and she says, well, who could have done this? Who could have bent the corn over but not broken it?
Nothing actually affects the water. So why is that girl's just saying it so that all the water's around there so they can smash the bats into the water? So really it was a reason to get all the glass of water there to get smashed by whacking to spray onto the alien.
Something in the universe makes Bo leave water everywhere, because it's almost like she knew that water was going to be needed everywhere at some point.
So actually, because it makes you think, especially if you've seen like Cabin Fever, it makes you think that the water is actually contaminated. That's a part of the film. But
it's a little red herring.
It is. Perhaps, I've just realised, and it's not anything.
Just to throw you off the scent a bit. So Mel and the sheriff are discussing how somebody could have made these crop circles. Did they use a machine? Did they do it by hand? It's pretty crazy. We're not sure. Then, like I say, she says, before she leaves, she says, "Oh, Father, just to let you know, a lot of animals are acting up at the moment all around town. So keep an eye on your dogs, because, you know." And he says, "Please don't call me Father." So we another bit of exposition. He used to be a priest. He isn't anymore. But it's done in a very realistic, subtle way. He gets back to the farm, and poor old Morgan, his boy, is bloody stabbed up the dog and killed it.
Yeah, it's pretty full on.
He takes his asthma inhaler out, and he says, he's such a loving dad. He says, "What happened? What happened? Are you okay? Come here." He doesn't have a go at him or anything. He just grabs him and hugs him.
I think he knows he's not he's just like a killer.
He says, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" He says, No, but he went for Bo. I think he wanted to kill Bo, my sister. And Bo's obviously really scared, sat up on the little climbing frame. So he takes her down, and he says to Joaquin, "Take the other dog and tie it up nice and tight in the barn." He knows something weird's going on. And the sheriff pulls the big old... It's like a big fork used for barbecuing, isn't it? She pulls it out of the dog. So it's all kicking off. And we get a lovely, first time we hear this now, nighttime, and the crickets all go silent. And they do this a couple of times, which means perhaps something is approaching the house. I love that. Crickets go silent. Just me or you? Do you like it as well?
Oh, no. It's a very simple thing. Just cutting out noise and having complete silence is a great atmosphere build-up.
And we've all been here now. Mel wakes up and his little girl is stood right there staring at him.
Yep. If you've got children, that is. If not, weird.
That is weird. She says, "Can I have a glass of water, please? There's a monster in my room."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, for God's sake." All right. He gets her some more water, sits her down, tucks her in, and she's talking about their mum a little bit. "Why do you talk to mum when you're on your own?" He's like, "It just makes me feel better." Okay. And then he tucks her in. And this bit is quite scary. What does he see, Gav?
He just looks out the window over to the other roof, and there's a figure all in black, like it's in like yoga pants and a fucking yoga top or some shit. Tight top, just black figure.
Just staring at him.
Pretty creepy.
So he goes to wake up his brother, Merrill.
They set a plan.
He says, "The Wolfington boys are here." And then Merrill is like, "I want to kick their fucking asses. Let's get them."
Merrill just wants an ass whooping.
He says, we're gonna go out, we're gonna act crazy. Here's what we're gonna do. You run around one
crazy.
He's like, shout, swear, curse. "Oh, I'm not gonna curse." He's like,
I am crazy out of my mind.
I am so angry right now. Somebody is gonna get an ass whooping. And it's funny.
The plan's like they both run out, one left, one right, and then circle back round and flank them, essentially.
Yeah.
And but there's no one there when they get round there.
Well, they see a shadow.
They see the security light goes off.
And whoever it is always 1 or 2 steps ahead of Joaquin, and he doesn't understand it. And then they hear someone up on the roof.
Well, they go into each other. Where the hell is it? Then all of a sudden they hear the roof. So they both look up and go, "Oh no!" So we all know now something's on the roof.
Joaquin actually says, "Are you sure it's the Wolfington boys?"
And then all of a sudden the swing's moving. They turn around behind them. The swing's just swinging, and the crop's just moving. So something was there and ran into the crops.
And that's a little E.T. Easter egg, because there's a scene in E.T. where the swing moves on its own like that, and we know that E.T.'s just buggered off into the woods.
Actually, next day,
Sheriff
we do find out that and it's really, again, it's a very sneaky exposition coming in from different means. The sheriff does it quite a lot, actually, because she says earlier father, and eventually says, "Don't call me father." And then she said, "Oh, it's so great you moved into your brother's place after what happened." So we're getting like what's happening, what's going on, very subtly bringing into us.
Just drip fed. Yeah, because Merrill says, "I don't feel like I'm doing anything," and she says, "You're doing more than you know," because he's been another parent almost, like a good uncle looking after the kids.
Again, this is where it was so easy for him not to go, right, this is where I'm just going to explain everything that's going on. She sits there at the table asking questions. Maybe someone didn't like you leaving the church. So we're straight away like, okay, we know what's going on. And then get some sort. Then she says about maybe, because they don't have the description, they're just like it's dark, and then she's saying maybe it's like I've seen some of those Swedish Olympians. They can jump and run pretty fast. Those 6 foot people, ladies, And he says, well, maybe, just maybe, let's just take out the fact, if it isn't a 6 foot Swedish Olympian outside our house running around, what do you think it is? She goes, I don't appreciate this sarcasm. And then he's like, look, honestly, I can run fast.
He says, I'm pretty fast and I'm pretty strong.
And
he was faster than me. So, and whoever it was got up on our roof in like 5 seconds.
Me personally, I love this because it's the mystery element. But we know it's aliens. We know that we know as the audience members, because we've come to watch a movie called Signs with Crop Circles. We know that that's actually aliens doing that, and they're actually already here. But I really like the mystery element to it.
This bit's also done in quite a comical way as well, because she says, what do they look like? And they're like, I'm not sure. She's like, were they tall or short? And they're like, it was very dark. Okay, so were they a giant or were they a midget? Well, it wasn't a midget. Okay, so it was a giant. And then Mel just says, again, it was very dark. We couldn't see it. It's just quite a fun little scene. And she says, somebody in town saw somebody that looked a bit odd and tall. And they were speaking a funny language. So maybe this is where she says maybe it was a Scandinavian Olympian, and he's like, excluding that fact. And he's a bit rude to her, and she's like, please don't speak to me like that. So they still respect the sheriff a little bit, you know.
Yeah, totally.
And then Bo comes in and says, Dad, the TV's broken. And he's like, what do you mean broken? And she's like, the same channel is showing the same programs on every channel. What do you mean?
Which alerts them all like, oh, that's not good. So the sheriff or the cop goes in there as well to see what's going on.
And they're showing that news is showing that there's crop circles popping up all over the world. India, America.
How scary that would be. Especially if you got one in the actual garden.
And Morgan says, it's probably extraterrestrials. So he's already like, cool, this is aliens, this is cool.
And basically then after that they have no TV, and then eventually they're just saying on the radio in the car, and Mel's like, no radio now for a little while, and just cuts them off. It's like turning off your modem.
Well, the sheriff says maybe you ought to distract your family and do something normal by like taking them into town just for the day, go for pizza. So he does. He says that's good advice, thank you. Because, you know, he's a man of the cloth, so somewhere deep down he's a good, soulful person. So he takes his family into town.
And also, still probably quite hard for him to believe that there would be such a thing.
Yeah, a man of God, believing in aliens.
Even though he doesn't believe in God now, he's still going to have some beliefs, especially like if aliens are real, he's probably still going to be like, no, you know.
So, yeah, we get some more exposition now. We get into town, and everyone splits up. The kids go and buy a book.
Book on extraterrestrials.
Like a really crappy book with crap drawings in it. And, you know, but he gets all of his information from this book. So they're in there buying a book, the kids.
Mel's in the chemist, and just this woman just says, like, basically, I'm scared it's the end of the world. Can I just confess to you? Like, the woman who's serving him, she's quite young, then just starts confessing all this stuff to him. I wonder what she said.
Yeah, and at the end of it, he goes into the pizza place and he goes, I never want any of you kids to hang out with Tracy Abernathy again. So whatever she's told him is pretty full on, because even though he said, I'm not a priest anymore, she still confesses.
And you have a comical bit with the other customer after she confessed for a while, just pops his head around behind Mel because he's in the crowd audience listening. Queue listening.
And then the other bit of exposition we get is that Merrill is considering joining the army and getting away from it all. Yep. While he's in the army office, the other guy says, there's another guy in there, says, don't you know who this guy is? This is Merrill Hess.
Before that, though, the guy that's sitting there chatting to him, a general or whoever he is, they answer questions and stuff, army guy, just starts explaining about what's going on with the crop circles.
Oh yes, he does.
And he starts saying like, this is basically a probing mission. They're basically just coming down here, probing around, having a look what's going on. This is what they do. Once they realise it's safe, then the others will all come down.
Yeah, because he says strangers have been spotted all over town in the last couple of days.
And he
they hide in the shadows.
Probing mission or whatever tactic or whatever.
No one can see their faces. They hide in the shadows and they keep away from people. Yeah, and he says they're probing for basically says they're probing for an invasion. It's like a reconnaissance before the invasion. So he's already switched on to it, this army guy. And then he recognises Merrill and says, hang on, I know you. He says, yeah, I hold a couple of records. And he's like, yeah, you hit that huge home run. And
he's got 5 records, but we find out that all he does is he's like Happy Gilmore, and he just swings the bat all the time. So he's got the most outs.
And he goes up to the guy that disses him and does that like stamp and move thing, you know, to scare the guy a bit. And the guy does flinch a little bit. It's quite funny. So we get that there's an aggression somewhere deep down in Merrill, which is fine, but he's also, it's almost like moving in with his brother is helping him as well, because he's now around children. He's managing his aggression, you know, and he's doing a good thing.
They're all in a diner against the food, and they see that the kids don't know who it is, but they see the man director cameo who killed Mel's wife.
Oh, it's M. Night Shyamalan. He's the one that killed your wife.
It's like, it's the director.
Yeah, and the kids don't know who he is, but that's Ray Reddy. It's Ray Reddy is his name.
Reddy?
Ray Reddy gets in the car, then he sees them, then he drives off again.
You ready, Ray Reddy? I'm ready. Ray's ready. Ready?
Let Ray come on over.
Exactly. How confusing.
Are you ready, Ray? Yeah, you're right. That is weird, isn't it? I'm ready. Ray's ready.
Ready?
No, I am Ray Reddy.
I'm Ray Reddy. Who's ready? Ray, are you ready? I'm Ray Reddy. No, are you ready, Ray?
Oh, Ray Reddy.
They find a baby monitor. He's got a baby monitor. He goes, I found this in the loft. It was Bo's.
Yeah, because earlier on the sheriff said, she was explaining to him how the walkie-talkies work. And she said, I've probably got an old radio somewhere in the station. I can give it to you to play with, because she wants to look after this kid. He's lost his mum a year ago. But yeah, she says, in the meantime, find a baby monitor. So he does. He's found the baby monitor. And when they pull up at the house, the baby monitor starts making a weird noise. And he says, oh, maybe it's a signal from them. And his dad's like, oh, for God's sake, what do you mean them? And then they say it sounds like a code or a signal. And it's like, and then the little boy says, sounds like there's two of them having a conversation. So his dad snatches it off of him and he stands up and it becomes clearer. And then Meryl grabs it and it becomes even more clearer. So they all end up climbing on top of the car and listening to this, what sounds like two bugs talking.
Eventually they form some sort of human centipede.
Oh, God.
With the girls at the front who were holding up the monitor really high up, so they've done some sort of human centipede aerial, not actually attached to each other via bumper.
I get what you mean. I'm glad you clarified that. Apparently there's another cut of this film where the alien's speech is really demonic and scary.
It's not an actual human centipede.
No, God, no. I'm being serious. But they decided to go for like the clicking sound more, because it would have got the film perhaps at a higher rating, because it was a little bit more demonic.
Yeah.
So it's night time again, and the remaining dog that hasn't been stabbed up by the boy, seems quite scared of something in the crops. He barks and snaps at Mel Gibson. So Mel, big, strong idiot that he is, takes his flashlight and heads into the cornfield at night time, Gav.
Oh, I think it's a great
hell.
Isn't it? Yeah, but you want this, though, don't you?
Oh, no,
the thing is, he still thinks it's the Wolfington brothers.
He does, yeah. So he goes into the field with his torch and he hears... But he says quite loudly, I don't believe any of this nonsense, and I don't believe your silly crop circles, and you're not going to get famous if that's what you think. And if it is you, Lionel Wolfington, then you're in deep trouble. Then he, classic, drops the torch, picks it up, shakes it a little bit, and he sees a leg, a thin, spindly leg, just step into the cornfield.
It's good though, isn't it?
Oh, it's spooky. He chases it though. And then he just heads back inside, and this is where something's switched in him now, and he just says, let's turn on the TV now.
Yeah.
So he's interested in what's going on. And on the TV, they're talking about there's lights in the sky.
It's got to the point of just a lot of lights all over the sky, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a bit Independence Day now, you know.
And they're going to tape it. They tape it on Meryl's swimsuit special tape.
Oh, it's so funny. He says, oh, we've got to take this for posterity. This is the little boy. And they're like, well, okay, this is back when you would put a tape in and record what was on TV. And I think he pulls out Bo's ballet recital or something. And then he goes, Uncle Merrill, I'm using your tape. And Uncle Merrill's not even paying attention, and it just says swimsuit edition on there. So he's taping over his softcore porn. Poor old Merrill.
Poor Merrill.
And the news reports, are on all night. The whole family stay up all night watching it. Obviously, the kids fall asleep, but Graham and Meryl, they stay up all night long, and they're wondering if it's the end of the world.
Another Spielberg reference here, Poltergeist reference. This is basically Poltergeist. Them at night time whispering away.
Yeah. I love that scene in Poltergeist when they all stay up.
Yeah.
As a family, in the same room. But Meryl says, is this the end of the world? That's what they're saying. And they start discussing. Mel says to him, in this world, there's two things that people believe. They either believe in luck or they believe in God or signs. There are no coincidences in this world. And I've written a note here, which is there's really good brother energy, because on paper they don't look like or seem like they'd make good brothers, but the chemistry between Mel Gibson and Joaquin Phoenix, particularly in this scene, is really, really good. Yeah. It feels like there's history between them and they've grown up together. And he says, my wife, you know, the reason he doesn't believe in God anymore is revealed now, and why he doesn't believe in signs. He says, when I looked in her eyes as she died, you know, the last thing she said to me, she said, "Swing away, Meryl." Do you know why she said that? Because all of the synapses and things in her neurons and her brain were firing away, and she thought she was somewhere else, and she was reliving old memories as her brain died. That's why. And he says there is no God, and that's why he quit the church, and why he doesn't have any faith anymore. So it all spills out here
and he
now.
says we're all on our own and leaves it like that. It's like, oh, can fucking drop the atmosphere. Fucking negative.
Thanks, Mel. You know,
and then it's flashback to his wife, and he's in his father clothes, turning up to an accident. It's just like a bit of it.
And and the sheriff comes up to him.
Cuts to waking up.
We only see a little bit, but we get drip fed that, and we wake up, and the TV is now in the closet.
It's a really nicely edited and paced film. This is.
And Meryl is watching the news in the closet. He says, I thought it's easier if I watched it in here so the kids don't get scared. And he's just watching it in the closet, which is fine. But that's brilliant for later when the TV gets wheeled out in the final scene. It makes sense as to why they're moving the TV. And the schools are closed, so the kids are happy, you know. And Meryl explains, you know, the ships seem to be invisible now because a bird flew where the ships were. Now it's daylight, and they seem to hit like some kind of invisible field and then fall down. And I think he is this where Mel Gibson says everybody in this house needs to stop watching TV and get some fresh air and eat some fruit. He's trying to be a bit of a dad, and then he goes up to his kids. What are they wearing, Gav?
Tinfoil hats.
Tinfoil hats. What are you doing? We're reading this book. They believe every word in this book, and they're like, look, there's aliens.
They could be hostile.
Yeah, he says there's two types of aliens, hostile or friendly.
Well, obviously,
and unfortunately,
or horny.
Exactly.
Is that the third one?
Well, he's a kid getting his information from one of these coffee table books we had as a kid, you know. And the pictures in the book are crudely drawn.
Farmhouse, and there's like this alien ship just spraying them, burning the house.
That bit is really spooky, isn't it? Because he says,
"Oh, it looks like our house." Then there's just like some people on the floor burning. And he goes, "Oh,"
and that is pretty weird. Then the phone rings.
M. Night, the director, ringing up with some direction.
Hey, Mel. You're doing a great job. Could you just try and be a bit more shirtless in the next scene? We haven't seen your pecs yet. But no, it's Ray Reddy ringing up. And
Ray. I'm ready.
He says, "Is that Father Hess?" And then he sort of you hear a noise in the background, like something running or thumping, and then the phone hangs up. So Mel says to his kids, "I'm going to go over to Ray Reddy's house. I think he just rang me. I'm a bit worried about him."
Yeah.
Okay. And Bo says, "I'm getting weird feelings about this," to her brother. And he says, "Oh no, not your weird feelings again. Is it a bad feeling?" And she just looks at her brother. Now, I'd be chilled to the bone if my little sister said to me, "I just don't want you to die."
Well, yeah.
He's like, "Who said I'm going to die? Who said I'm going to die?
Who said I'm going to die? What?
But she's almost a bit like not Reagan from The Exorcist. She's a bit like Carol Ann, isn't she? She's obviously got some kind of sensory perception or something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Mel heads over to Ray Reddy's. He's ready to go and see Ray, and ready he is. So Ray Reddy. And he knocks on the door. There's no answers. He looks inside. There's signs of a struggle. There's a chair knocked over. And then he looks around behind him, and Ray Reddy is in the car. And he's ready to leave. Ray is ready. And he's got all his stuff packed in the back of the car. And then Mel notices that Ray Reddy is bleeding. And he basically says, "You know, that night I fell asleep at the wheel and I killed your wife. I never fell asleep in the car once in my whole life. But It had to be that time. That's that 5 minutes patch of road that your wife was walking along on.
Yeah, it was like it was meant to happen. So I don't want to hear that. If that has been my wife, I don't want you to say, I think it was meant to happen that your wife died. Really?
And Mel wells up here. Really, he's a good crier, like I've always said. And he kind of forgives him a little bit. And he says, Shyamalan says, I'm going to go head to the lake. I've heard rumours that they don't like water and they're not sort of landing anywhere near water. So maybe they're allergic to water or something. Anyway, that's what I'm going to do. Oh, by the way, I managed to trap one of them in my pantry. So whatever you do, don't open the door.
It's a great ending of that scene to go,
and then drives off.
What the fuck?
And you're like, what? You just apologised for killing my wife a year ago. Now you're telling me you've locked a fucking alien in your pantry?
Yeah.
Exposition dumps. Jesus. Cut back to Merrill. Oof, he's watching a Brazilian news broadcast.
He's well into it though. He's getting like completely sucked. He's down the YouTube rabbit hole, isn't he?
Yeah. If he had YouTube now, he'd been watching it for 24 hours straight.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's talk about this scene, Gav. Let's break it down. It helps that it's in Brazilian, in Portuguese. They're screaming in Brazilian, these kids. We can't understand what they're saying. Apparently it translates to, it's behind the garage. It's behind the garage.
But he's saying sort of, vamos children. Like,
yeah, vamonos, because he wants to see, like, he's there.
Which is quite funny. Yeah. So basically, they see something going to a hedge, or so they think it's something behind the hedge. So the kids' party's being filmed, the person with the camcorder, and the kids, they all run over to the window, and the kids are all there, and they move the kids out of the way, and it's just a long shot of an alley. Then just all of a sudden we see behind the hedge, not Michael Myers, but an alien come by and just step in the shot and walk past. But it's just kind of creepy, and it looks all right, it's fine, and it's still practical because it's someone in a suit, obviously.
It's terrifying, and Joaquin jumps and screams. He rewinds it and then pauses it on... because he's been recording all the news, and he stares at this image of this grainy image of this thing stepping between a bush and a building, and it's really scary. It's genuinely really scary.
Yeah.
Back at Ray Reddy's house, Mel does the opposite of what Ray Reddy said. He goes inside, he goes to the pantry, and he sees a shadow under the door of something in the pantry. He says, "Hello, I'm with the police. I am a police officer." He's terrible at lying.
Well,
and he says,
he still doesn't want to believe that it's an alien.
He says, "We got some of your gang downtown in the paddy wagon." And then he thinks, why am I saying all this? I'm reciting lines from like a 50s gangster film. And he says, "If you come out now, we'll offer you the same deal we offered them." And he's saying all these like cliched things. And no one says anything. He looks under the door. He can't see anything. He grabs a knife. Uses it to try and look for a reflection. Can't see anything. So he walks away, a bit scared. Then he thinks, no, what am I scared of? Comes back in. And as he goes back down with the knife,
and the camera focuses on what we're seeing, so it's kind of scary. It's like kind of like found footage and a little bit in some good found footage bits, where you're like, I really don't want to see what's going to happen. I know something's going to happen.
And it's a little hand with 4 fingers comes out from under the door, and he cuts off one of the fingers, and you hear.
It was a bit confusing. I was like, is he cutting off his own fingers? What's going on? It's really shot weirdly at that point, or edited weirdly. I don't know why. I think shot weirdly. Too many close-ups.
He's fully on board now with the aliens because he gets home to tell his family.
A tinfoil hat.
And he says, they can't read our minds with these on. And one of them says, apparently they have got chameleonic skin and they can change their skin to match their surroundings. That's why we can't see them so well. So all this stuff's coming out on the news, and they start discussing, what's going to be the outcome of this invasion. And Mel says, well, listen, I saw one of them just now at Ray Reddy's house. And they're like, whoa, what the fuck? You saw one of them? And he's like, yeah, shall we go to the lake? I vote that we go to the lake. So Mel puts his hand up. Merrill puts his hand up. And the kids don't. They say, no, this is our home. This is where we live with our mum. We want to stay here. We're scared because they're kids, They want to stay at home. Of course they do. Yeah. And Mel says, well, I get 2 votes because I'm voting for mum as well. And he's like, that's bullshit, Dad. You can't pull that one on us. And then one of them changes their mind. I think Bo changes her mind. So they end up having to stay in the house. He says, all right, well, what we're going to do is we're going to board up all the windows and doors. So there we go. This is where it begins, the invasion.
Yeah, it's good.
There was a scene here where I've misremembered it, where Meryl's outside and he throws a stone into the crops. And in my head, I thought the stone came flying back out.
No, that must be, your Nelson Mandela effect.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Probably happens in another film. The news reports now are saying there's more and more lights.
Cities.
Yep. It's a global event.
And War of the Worlds gets a bit of a name check.
Yeah, he says it's like War of the Worlds, isn't he?
So they have a Last Supper.
The newsman is emotional. He starts he's trying not to cry when he says, this is a military maneuver, and the history books are going to be rewritten, and I may Godspeed to you all. And obviously the kids are worried, and this is where Morgan says to Joaquin Phoenix, I wish you were my dad, because he finds him more comforting. He says, don't you ever let me hear you say that. You're lucky to have him as your dad. Never let me hear you say that. And it's like, wow, this family is, they're falling apart. Yeah, the Last Supper, Gav. The Last Supper.
But they can't eat after they make all the food, make all this different stuff. Mel's like, yeah, then they can't, no one to eat, so he gets angry with them, and then they all do a big cry and a hug.
Oh, I love this scene. I love it. Totally get this scene. So
he didn't want to do a prayer, basically.
Yeah, so he says to them, what should we have for dinner? And Joaquin says, well, we should probably eat quickly, so let's have something quick. And they were saying, no. And he doesn't say it, but basically this could be our last family dinner. So one of them wants spaghetti, one of them wants French toast, one of them wants roast potatoes, one of them wants chicken, teriyaki, and Mel wants cheeseburgers. So they make all of that up. And you're right, because he doesn't say a prayer. Morgan says, I hate you. You let Mum die.
Yep.
Bo starts crying, so sad. Let's see a little girl crying. So Mel says, well, I'm going to eat all this food. I'm going to eat some of this spaghetti, some of this cheeseburger. And then he starts cry eating, which is just so sad and pathetic to see Mel Gibson cry eating. And then, yeah, you're right. They all cuddle. Meryl doesn't particularly want to get involved, but he gets grabbed by his brother and pulled into the big family hug. And then the monitor picks up a voice. And then the TV signal drops. And they just say, it's happening. And it's quite ominous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good.
The crickets stop. It's time to board up all the windows and doors.
Oh, the dog's killed because you can hear it.
Oh, yeah, you hear it outside?
Because I was surprised early on they had the dog death, and it showed the dog dead. Early on in the film, I was like, that's very rebellious.
And because the kids are so scared, and because this is the last time they might all be able to talk to each other, Mel Gibson now tells each of them their birth story, which is really cute. And apparently these are Shyamalan's kids' birth stories for real. One of them smiled within a few minutes of being born at his dad. The other one was told they looked like an angel. So that was quite a cute little moment. And we hear some footsteps and the wind chimes. They're here. We see shadows running past the boarded up windows. They didn't have enough boards to do one of the windows, so they had to board up the door to the spare bedroom, hoping they don't get in. They hear them running around, and then Meryl realizes they didn't board up the attic, Gav. They're inside the attic. So, let's go down to the basement. Oh, great. I love going down to the fucking basement. And that's where they go. And something tries to turn the doorknob, but they use an axe to jam it shut. And they say, where's Bo? Where's Bo? There she is. She sat over there. Okay, good. The radio isn't working in there. Something starts banging on the door. And after a while, they figure out, well, they're not trying to get in. They're trying to distract us. Well, what could they be distracting us from? What did this barn used to be? It used to be a coal chute. And that's a War of the Worlds reference as well, because they hide out in a coal chute.
Yeah.
And then they realised they were banging on the door to distract them from the fact one of them had tried to climb down into the coal chute.
Yeah, because apparently they're very good problem solvers.
Yes, like raptors from Jurassic Park.
Yes. And then the boy's grabbed by the alien.
Oh, no one saw that coming. He grabs him and it kicks off a terrible asthma attack. And he cannot catch his breath. And again, we get a fantastic Mel Gibson performance now where he's being a dad. If you were in that situation, this is what you would do. Breathe with me, listen to my chest, feel my chest. We'll get through this together. The pain's not going to be around forever. And he helps his son calm his breathing down and get through this asthma attack. But he still needs his medicine to fully get through it. While he's helping his son, he's speaking to God. He says, don't you do this to me again. Don't you take another one of my family. I hate you, God. I hate you. And it's so like emotional. Wow. And his brother sees him saying all this and he confronts him about it later on. We should turn off the lights to save the batteries. Okay. And then we get a little bit more about the death of Mel's wife.
Yep.
He turns up at this crash site and says, the sheriff says, what do you know? And he says, I heard there was an accident involving my wife. Yeah, she was asking for you. Oh, so she's talking. Is she in the ambulance? No, because she's been severed by the truck that hit her. And she's pinned to the tree in such a way that once we take the truck out, she'll die instantly because that's all that's holding her together is the truck. Wow. Are you telling me this is the last time I'll be able to talk to my wife? And that's where we end the flashback. Emotional. Oof. And this is why Ray Reddy is so cut up about it, because he killed Mel's wife with his truck. Wake up in the morning and they hear chatter on the radio. And he says, they're leaving. People are claiming that they've run away. There's a weakness that they have. We don't know what it is yet. But apparently watch out because they like to use poisonous gas on people, which they can fire from their bodies. And Meryl then says what I mentioned earlier, which is, you're my big brother and I look up to you and I want to be everything that you are. Never let me see you lose faith like that again in front of your family. I never want to see that look in your eyes again. So they grab the baby monitor. They don't hear any noise. That's good enough for me, they say. Let's go up. Up the cellar they go. It's daylight. Yep, it's all clear up here. Great. They carry Morgan upstairs. And Bo says, they're dancing on the TV. Let's get the TV in here. And he says, yeah, wheel the TV in so that you can see it.
I really love, because we find out there's an alien there. I love the reflection. Because they only keep it in reflection, really, rather than show it so much. And I also love the fact that the alien's holding the kid. It's got a camouflage hand. It's just so I can change to whatever the kid was wearing. That's really cool.
And also, apparently this reflection bit is from, what's the Hitchcock movie? Where he sees the reflection behind him of the assassin. Is it North by Northwest, isn't it? He sees the reflection behind him. I think it's North by Northwest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and because the alien effects, let's be honest, they're not great at the end, but because we see most of it in reflection or through like a glass of water, it gets away with it for the most part. But yeah, essentially there's an alien in the room. Fuck, there's one left over. And it's the one that Mel injured because it's missing a finger as well. So this one's got beef. It's holding Morgan and it tries to spray gas. But because he's got asthma and his lungs are closed, he doesn't breathe the gas in, so he doesn't die, which is another sign, along with the water and swing away Meryl. And he now remembers the last messages from his wife. Tell Morgan to be silly. It's okay to be silly and play. I can't remember what her message for Bo is. And then she says, tell Graham, and he's like, I'm here, I'm Graham, but she doesn't recognize him anymore because she's dying. And then he says, their last words are, tell Meryl to swing away. So he then spots the baseball bat.
Yep.
And Joaquin Phoenix, what does he get up to, Gav?
He just starts swinging away like Happy Gilmore.
He fucking pounds this alien to a pulp and then starts smashing water, which we realise is burning the alien then. And that's why the aliens left Earth, because they realise most of the planet is covered with Earth. Silly aliens. Most of the planet is covered with water.
I've always wondered what the alien does, sprays in the kids' nostrils here. I've always wondered what it was. It sprays.
It sprays. Well, they talk about it on the radio, don't they? They said, watch out, because they spray poisonous gas. But because Morgan's got asthma and his lungs have been closed mainly.
So it doesn't affect him,
It doesn't affect him.
I've always wondered what was going on there.
So yeah, they take him outside and they manage to. He wakes back up, and all of these things were signs leading up to this. And this is where Mel has his revelation, and he says, "That's why Bo left water everywhere. That's why he had asthma, and that's why she said swing away. I get it now. I get why the universe was pointing everything in this direction." And then we get one final little shot where we see the broken window upstairs where the aliens got in, and it pans round to a snowy day, so we know we've got to the winter now. Mel steps out the bathroom. He's back in his priest outfit.
Yep.
We hear the kids downstairs laughing and talking to Uncle Merrill, and they all live happily ever after.
I think the aliens are stupid. What if they just came to What if they just came to the UK and it rained?
Well, that is something that people say about this film. They say the twists were ridiculous, and also, why would they choose a planet where like 70% of it is covered in water? Because most of our planet is covered in water.
Yeah.
But who cares about that? It's a great film, very entertaining, great alien invasion film.
Anyway, the aliens are using the water to go to their portals.
Well, you know that, don't you? Because they live under the water.
Yeah.
This is a fantastic film, and
I enjoy this movie.
Probably top 3 for me. This, Sixth Sense, and Unbreakable. His first 3 films out the gate. He's never. RJ McCready mentioned to me he thinks he peaked on this film, and I think he probably did. I don't think those first 3 films, although The Visit is good and he's done a couple of good ones here and there, I feel like his first 3 films are his top 3 films.
Yeah, it's weird when you look at it all. There's nothing I'm really blown away with, but he is a strong filmmaker. It's funny.
So yeah, this is obviously a thumbs up from me. I'm guessing from you.
3, really. Yeah, thumbs up from me.
If you've not seen this for a while, go back and watch it again. Highly recommend it. It's a great alien film, one of my favourite alien invasion films. Great performances, and again, great writing. I think that's something that echoes that we've said now with both of these films. It's all about the writing, the direction, and the performance. And that's what makes a great director. That's why Spielberg's films and Tarantino's films are so good. They're well written, well executed, great and well performed.
Yeah.
So there is nothing more to be said from me. Fucking love this film.
No.
So that's our Shyamalan. It's not the first time we've covered him. We covered Devil, which he produced. Certainly not our first Mel Gibson and our first Bruce Willis films. But I hope it's not our last Shyamalan film. I'd like to do The Visit at some point. So there we go.
Yeah, good film. Do check out his new movies. His new movie Traps in the cinema. Not that we're paid to be promoting that, but there you go.
Yeah, if you like a bit of Josh Hartnett, then go see it. I'm definitely going to be checking it out. I think I'm going to try and watch Knock on the Cabin as soon as I can, really, because I feel like I should have probably seen that leading up to this episode, but I didn't, because I've let all our listeners down, and I'm a fool.
Terrible person.
Let's go for an outro.
Let's do it. And we're back again.
And we're back again to say goodbye.
Goodbye.
That was episode 161, a Shyamalan episode. Ba ba da ba. great director. We haven't covered him really, so it's lovely to talk about him. And two classics, really, especially The Sixth Sense is regarded as a bit of a horror thriller ghost classic. So finally we can tick that one off our list. But Gav, I hear you are about to ask me a question. What is coming
up next?
Oh, well, I'm glad you said next. What is coming up next? Well, our next episode is a patron pick. And we're very excited for the next episode. It's a Giallo special. Our patron, Kevin S. Fife, our bearded brother from across the pond, has selected 1973 Sergio Martino's Torso and paired it up with the Argento classic from 82, Tenebrae.
Yep.
Wow, there's going to be black leather gloves, boobs, throats being slashed, and crazy dubbing. I'm going to love it. That's episode 162. After that, episode 163, we'll be finishing up the Final Destination franchise with Final Destination 3, 4, and 5. Yes, a triple bill. Hold on to your seats. Don't get on your roller coasters and aeroplanes, because it is going to be death knocking on the door. Looking forward to that one?
Yeah, it'd be good.
Yeah. I can't remember 4.
I can't remember. So what, then 4 and 5?
3, 4, and 5.
3, 4. So roller coaster, car track.
Yeah, and I can't remember what 5 is actually now. Fuck.
Bridge.
Oh well. Oh, bridge. Oh, that's a good one. And after that, well, we'll be coming up towards October.
Ooh, spooky
time. So to get you all prepped and ready for spooky month, we'll be taking another director's special with a Terence Fisher, yes, classic Terence Fisher of Hammer horror fame, a double bill of 2 of his movies. We've picked 2 creature titles, although there's not really a creature in one of them. 1959, Gav has selected The Hound of the Baskervilles, a Sherlock Holmes story.
Yeah.
We paired that up with my choice, 1961's Oliver Pissed as a Fart Reed in Curse of the Werewolf.
Yeah, really interesting. Terence Fisher.
Terry Fisher. So we can talk about his filmography. Obviously, a good chance to talk about Hammer horror. And both of those movies is Hound of the Baskervilles Hammer?
Yeah.
It is, isn't it? Yes. So yeah, a couple of Hammers.
Many versions, because it's Sherlock Holmes story. But Hammer did one with Peter Cushing.
There's only one, exactly. There's only one version with those 2 boys in it. So yeah, that'll be fun episode as well. And that, like I say, that will get us ready for the spookier time of year as well. So that's what's coming up. We got some Giallo, some Final Destination, and some Terence Fisher. So stay tuned, guys. Thank you to everybody for listening, for sharing, liking, commenting as always. Hope you enjoyed those. Remember to tell us your thoughts on what we've said. If we've said something that you don't agree with, or you do agree with, if you like the films, if you've never seen them. Did Gav and I fucking spoil The Sixth Sense for you? And if we did, tough, you should have seen it 25 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, and also, if you've ever had any very strange, weird coincidences or twists in the tales in real life, well, I think, Gav, I'm going to do some housekeeping now. Then we can say our goodbyes. Are you happy with that?
Absolutely.
Is there anything you wanted to add?
Not really.
Before I do that? No? Good. Well, as always, we are a proud member of Legion Podcast Network.
Absolutely.
Did you like the dramatic pause there?
It was very dramatic. Pause.
Thank you. We also fall under the umbrella of Deadbolt Media. More on that in a moment. If you want to find out more about Legion Podcast Network, just go to legionpodcast.com. I don't know why I'm saying it to you like you're the audience.
I know, but it's fine.
Do you notice that I do that? I'm acting. It's strange. We've been a member of the network for 10 years. So legionpodcast.com. go there. You can find out all of our shows and all of the other shows under the network umbrella. You can email me and Gav directly at the podcast on Haunted Hill at outlook.com. And we're on Facebook. The Podcast on Haunted Hill is the name of the Facebook page. Come and join our fun community of people. It's going to get busy soon because as we approach October and everyone starts doing their 31 days, which is only just over a month away, believe it or not, it's crazy, and people will be posting what they're watching all day long, every day in October. Legion also has a Facebook page. Just check out Legion Podcast Network. We're available wherever you're listening to us now, most podcast platforms as well. Spotify, YouTube, Podknife, Podbean, Apple, if it's still going. I've heard it was shutting down. Podcast Addict, and we're on Instagram, the Podcast on Haunted Hill, Insta, all one word. Deadbolt Media is our umbrella. Deadbolt Films is our production company. Underneath that, you will find not just this podcast, but Gav's other show called
High Strangeness Podcast. Talk about weird and strange things with my lovely Sarah.
True crime, serial killers, and all weird that kind of stuff. Bigfoot aliens, Bigfoot alien ghosts. That would be your dream. And you can go to deadboltfilms.com where you can find out more about those two our podcast, that other podcast, as well as the short films, the feature films, and the comics that we've produced as well, the Tentacle comics. Lovely. And you can go to Instagram, Deadbolt Films, for more. And there's a YouTube channel, which is where you'll find lots of cool stuff. Currently working on something that was on our YouTube channel, but isn't anymore. But excited for when you've put that together, Gav.
Yep.
You anything you want to say about that?
The new comic?
No, the film that was in pieces.
Amanda.
Our YouTube,
still working on at the moment the found footage film. We're kind of putting it back together as it was an episodic thing, but then I took the best bit. So it's a weird one, but making a feature film out of it. So it's a bit of a strange one at the moment, but we get there. Almost.
It was created during the pandemic.
It started, so it's a bit of a weird one.
It started.
We're still sort of shooting for it now, like shooting last night for it, which is weird. But yeah.
And finally, we are on Patreon. So if you want to, you can become a patron supporter. For as little as £1 or $1 a month, you can help the podcast continue to grow and just tick along nicely, really, because my headphones need replacing soon, actually, Gav, as you can see.
They're knackered.
Bit disgusting. What we do with that is we use that any money we get to buy equipment, rent and buy films that are obscure that we might need to review for you lovely listeners. There are benefits to being a patron supporter. You will get a t-shirt first off in one of 3 colours sent to you wherever you live in the world or universe, or under the water with the aliens if Gav had his way. You also get your choice. So every 3 episodes it's a patron pick. And as explained, but Kevin is our next patron. He gets to wear the pretend crown for the episode, send in an email with messages and why you picked those 2 films, and we will review your 2 films for you. So it's fun. You also get access to our entire back catalogue through Patreon. We release old episodes every Friday. On Freaky Friday, we're releasing old episodes, and occasionally we release bonus content on there, exclusive bonus content, and sometimes our episodes go up early as well to patrons for a week. So lots of benefits. You don't have to do it, but if you do, we would really appreciate it. And of course, all of our patrons get thanked by name right now. So thank you very much to Dante. Thank you very much to Don Collier, to Matthew Godley, Jamie Jenkins, Kevin S. Fife, who is our next patron pick, Sarah Kay, Rachel, RJ McCready, and Lex Boo.
Hey, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you ever so much. Thank you. We love you all. We love all of you listeners and all of you Facebook people and just people even just glance at me in the street. We love you.
I thought you said glands.
I love your glands, Gav. I do love your glands.
You do take care of yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, guys, ghouls, non-gendered, and everybody else in the world. Be careful.
And one thing I forgot to mention, which we never do, I keep forgetting to do it, is if you do come across us, it's your first time, or you haven't yet, please leave a review or a rating on any of the platforms you use. We haven't really had one for a while. So yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a good night from Bruce Willis, who has been a fucking ghost the whole time.
It's a good night from a little kid that sees dead people, which must be a nightmare at night times.
It's a good night from Joaquin Phoenix, who lives in the barn in his brother's farm.
And it's a good night from the Wolfington brothers.
Oh, those fucking Wolfington boys.
Good night.
Good night, Gavin.
Thank you for listening to the podcast on Haunted Hill. We will be back again real soon.